Good evening, everyone. Good evening. At this time, I'd like to call the Wilmington Board of Selectmen meeting of Monday, August 8th, 2022 to order. All members of this board are present. I do apologize for the delay in getting out here on time. We did adjourn from executive session from which we shall not return. At this time, I would kindly ask that you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the transmitting of the Treasury Warrant 33A 4A 202304, 202304W, 5A 202305, 202305W. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. We do not have any minutes to approve. We'll move right into our 7 o'clock appointment that is scheduled with Anthony Marini, the right-of-way manager for Verizon, relative to the public hearing on the request of Verizon New England, Inc. and Reading Municipal Light Department to relocate one pole on Jakewith Road, and I'll turn it over to the manager.
Madam Chair, this was initially posted a couple of weeks ago to comply with the requirements. The request has since been withdrawn, so there will not be any action required this evening.
Thank you. We will move on to our next appointment that is scheduled with Eladio Guevara, who represents EJ's Fresh Frozen Pizza LLC with reference to a common victular license. Is Eladio here, please? Hi, Eladio. Can you please come forward and have a seat at the table with us, please? Just right over here, sir. Thank you. Good evening.
Hi.
Thank you very much for being here. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the town manager to take us through the process. I do see that your application has been presented. Thank you very much. It looks in order. The town manager will review the request as well as share the recommendations that he has received from town personnel. We'll offer you the ability to make any comments, and then the board will take a vote on granting you this request.
Okay.
Thank you.
So as some may know, the common victulars is a requirement when restaurants have seating. This particular establishment, EJ's Fresh Frozen Pizza on Main Street, does have seating, and so in order to comply with the requirements, common victulars is required. The permit has been, or application has been submitted, and both the building inspector Al Spalding and Shelley Newhouse, the health director, recommend approval. There's plans that have been provided to board members. It's 18 seats, I believe, in the establishment, and so the only the recommendation is for approval. The only caveat I would have is that the common victulars be granted with the expectation that the workers' comp affidavit be signed, which can certainly be done tomorrow in the manager's office.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to that effect with the stipulations stated by the town manager?
I'll move to grant the request.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Okay, any discussion? Yes, sir.
On some of the forms, I noticed that he's still using the 3 Jefferson Road. Is that going to cause any kind of interference with his license?
Not with the license, but I'll defer.
No, I tried to transfer all the information over to 337 Main Street. I've changed it with the Board of Health, and it seems to keep coming back at 3 Jefferson Road. I've done everything I can to try to change the address. It's if they send it back to the right place.
I don't see any issue with respect to the common victulars.
Okay, maybe internally we can send a memo internally to offer the correct address.
Yes.
Okay, so we can try and put together an inter-office memo on your
Okay.
behalf with your address change.
Great.
So motion's been made and seconded. We had discussion. Does any other board member wish to speak on this? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Would you like to offer any comments at all prior to departing this evening?
No?
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, moving right along. to our public hearing, which is with John M. Meridian Esquire on behalf of BGP Tavern LLC, otherwise known as Burton's Grill, with reference to a public hearing on the application for a change of officer and change of beneficial interest of the all-alcohol license of BGP Tavern LLC / Burton's Grill, doing business as Red Heat Tavern for the property located at 300 Lowell Street. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
So as I've indicated, this is a public hearing. I will turn to Bev just to confirm that a legal notice has been issued and that it was posted, and just want to make sure that it has been published, posted, and served upon interested parties, and that this process has been complete. Okay, thank you. So at this time, I would entertain a motion to open the public hearing for purposes of considering a change in officers and change in beneficial interest of the all-alcohol license of BGP Tavern LLC, Burton's Grill, DBA Red Heat Tavern, for the property located at 300 Lowell Street as described. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Okay, all those in favor? The public hearing is now open. Good evening, sir. If you can please just identify yourself for the record.
Sure. Attorney John Meridian, Democus Law Offices, on behalf of the applicant. Essentially, what is occurring is there'll be a change of equity ownership at the grandparent corporate level of BGP Tavern LLC, which is owned by Burton's Grill LLC. Burton's Grill LLC owns and operates Burton's Grill and Red Heat Tavern restaurants. There are 11 in Massachusetts, and then there are 11 up and down the East Coast. This is part of a national transfer. It's equity ownership. There'll be no changes to the restaurant itself. You won't notice anything. And also the ABCC, since this involves 11 restaurants in Massachusetts, has already approved this application. Now we're going through the public hearing process with the local boards.
Thank you. So at this time, I'd like to hear for the town manager if you have any recommendations that you've received relative to the application.
I would just note that the police chief has reviewed the application. His department has no issues. As is noted, because this is a national arrangement, the ABCC Alcohol Beverage Control Commission has already approved this, so in some measure it's somewhat ministerial.
Okay, thank you. At this time, I'll open it up to hear any questions or comments from any fellow board members. Anything to my right? Anything to my left? Hearing none. This is a public hearing, so the public is welcome to speak on this. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak on this matter? If you do, please rise, come up to the center microphone, and identify your name and address for the record, please. Okay, seeing no one would like to speak on this, at this time, I would entertain a motion to grant this request as presented.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Have a good night. Okay, so moving along to our next agenda item, we're going to proceed with this, even though we're probably about right on time, as it is not a public hearing, so we can move at the pace of the audience and the meeting. This is with Louis Samaglia, who is our Veteran Service Director, who is going to provide us with an update on services being provided. Good evening, Louis. One administrative item that I'd like to just take out of order quickly, if I may, I apologize, is we should make a formal motion to have closed that public hearing. Do I have a motion to close the hearing?
So moved.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. That hearing is closed. Thank you, Louis. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for having us here tonight. To my right is Command Sergeant Major John Halbert, longtime, the fourth, longtime Wilmington resident, and still on the active guard position as a Command Sergeant Major. So thank you for inviting me tonight here, Madam Chair, and all of you selectmen. The Department of Veteran Services has been very busy this summer. We have worked over 3,900 VA cases. That's since January, not just the summer. And getting over $5 million in retroactive payments. And we currently have 24 active Chapter 115 cases. Unfortunately, we're dealing with a couple crisis situations as we do. And we've also been very busy covering for other towns. We covered for Medford for a while until they hired a new agent. We're kind of covering for Billerica right now. They're in the last stages of hiring. They have 2 candidates now that are doing a second interview. So we've been able to cover surrounding towns. Also, Mike Fraughton in my office is the ace. He's the VA guy, known throughout the state, literally. And Patty Meehan has also been instrumental in assisting other towns in training up their staff with the new on-base program. I'd like to publicly thank Chief Desmond for his work his team does every day, especially looking out for our veterans. One case stands out in particular. Sergeant Nick Knoftel assisted a veteran that was in a crisis. This was probably 2.5 years ago now. Sergeant Knoftel called me, and we were able to get that veteran to the Brockton VA Medical Center at 1 in the morning. Since that night, this young veteran has worked to get his master's degree and runs the Ironman races that are hundreds of miles they run. Him and I run them together. I actually drive him. But he's doing unbelievable. We'll be meeting Chief Desmond this Thursday with a new member of the Department of Veteran Services for the State SAVE team, because they were told to reach out to Wilmington Police Department to see the right way to work with veterans. So I'll be seeing Chief this Thursday with Anthony. And as always, anybody that has an issue or you see a veteran with any issues, whether it's financial or whatever, our job is to help them get all the benefits they've earned, from welcome home benefits to death benefits. And we do everything in between. We're also fortunate in our office to work with many amazing... Do you have any questions before I go on? Nothing? Okay. We're fortunate in our office to work with many amazing men and women who have stepped up to serve our country. They joined the military and took the pledge to serve, all while knowing it may cost them their life. The title of Gold Star Family, which is reserved for families of military members who have died in the line of duty, is meant to honor the service members' ultimate sacrifice while acknowledging their family's loss and grief. The phrase Gold Star Family dates back to World War I, when military families displayed service flags featuring the blue star in front of their houses for every immediate family member serving in the armed forces. The star's color would be changed to gold if the family lost a loved one in the war, hence the term Gold Star Family. And these are the flags right here. We have many Gold Star families in Wilmington, and to all of them, we say thank you. We love you, and we'll never forget their loved ones and their sacrifice, and we'll forever be grateful. Gold Star families live the rest of their lives with the pain and losing a loved one. Losing a loved one every day, and for whatever reason, do not get the recognition they deserve. Tonight, I have the honor of presenting the Purple Heart Medal to Deputy Chief Brian Pupa. According to the casualty report, Deputy Pupa's uncle Andrew Dominic Pupa was killed in action on January 9th, 1945 in the European Theater of Operation. Mr. Pupa served as the United States Army Infantry, and he left his wife and children, I think 5 children, is that right, Chief? 4 children. As we took some time yesterday on August 7th to reflect on the Purple Heart Day, an observance created to commemorate the men and women who have been killed or wounded during military service. I'd now like to ask Command Sergeant Major Halbert to read a few lines. You.
General George Washington established the Purple Heart, then known as the Badge of Military Merit, 243 years ago, to recognize meritorious service and the action during our nation's war for independence. Today, the Purple Heart is reserved for military service members wounded or killed in action. On this day, we pay tribute to Mr. Pupa and his family who have suffered and sacrificed so much for our nation. The Purple Heart Medal, in its present form, bears the profile of General Washington, an American hero of unparalleled stature in our history. George Washington not only inaugurated this award, but he exemplified the uncommon courage, valor, and devotion to our nation showed by all who receive it. As we commemorate the establishment of one of our nation's highest honors, we also reaffirm our support and admiration for the remarkable heroes of America's armed forces. Each day, these men and women safeguard peace and prosperity at home and abroad and protect our unique American way of life. Our nation is forever indebted to these valiant warriors for their service and sacrifice.
Thank you, Sergeant Major. Now it is my honor to present Deputy Chief his uncle's Purple Heart in a Purple Heart coin, both engraved with Andrew's name by Artisan Engraving in Woburn. And I just want to give them a plug because they didn't charge. They said they served, we serve. So it's my honor to present Deputy Chief Pupa with the Purple Heart and the Gold Star flag.
Thank you so much. Madam Chair, if I may have
Yes.
one more. Thank you very much. So I just want to acknowledge Lou. He is fantastic. There's no secret in town that he's the best there is. He and his staff, Patty and Mike, with the vet services. Anytime you ask Lou for something, he's always there. I've been there with him on crisis. You call him, he's always there. And they never happen during the week, Monday through Friday. They happen after hours, and Lou's always there. I just want to clarify one thing. So this is my grandfather. 78 years ago, my father, Jerry Pupa, who many of you should be aware of, he's been in front of the board a number of times with the Sons of Italy, with some generous donations. 78 years ago, his father died in service to this country in Germany. Doesn't talk about it a lot, doesn't recognize it, but it was a defining moment in his life. And going to the Memorial Day ceremonies and listening to Lou, listening to the families, I'm like, my dad certainly deserves to be acknowledged for the sacrifice that he and his brothers and my grandmother made 78 years ago, and certainly I appreciate this. And I just want to recognize my mother, Ginny. My two sisters are here. My wife is here, Jessica, my children, my nieces, and my brother-in-law. So the whole family is here tonight. But we're very proud of this, and prior to coming to this will be on Eames and Woburn with this gentleman for hopefully a long time coming. But I want to thank the board. I want to thank Lou and his staff and everybody for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Evidently, I really screwed that up.
No, I think you did. I think the fact that we're all here to honor, our veterans and our heroes, and to have a lovely Wilmington family here, says it all. So, Thank you very, very much. And do you have any additional comments that you'd like to make?
If you have any questions or
Any questions or comments from the
I
board?
just thank you. That was wonderful, and it just makes my heart happy that after all these years, he's being recognized and to have a family here. So thank you, as always, Lou, for bringing these moments up and making them happen. I appreciate it.
Lou, you should stand tall. You're known all over the state as the Vets vet. Thank you.
Thank you, Lou, and thank you, Sergeant Major, for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Obviously, I think we can all agree this is the highlight of tonight's meeting, and regardless how it goes. And congratulations to the Pupa family, obviously well-deserved, and what a fitting tribute. Thank you so much, and we really appreciate all you do. Patty and Mike as well. Thank you so much.
Guys, I echo my colleagues' comments. You, Lou, Patty, and Mike do a fantastic job throughout the whole year for our veterans and their families. Sergeant Major, thank you for being here as well today. I've known the Pupa family for over 40 years, and I never realized about Jerry's dad. Tonight was a real fitting tribute to the family. I want to thank you for doing that. Just a great family to know, to be, that Jerry and Ginny are like family to the Kyras, and very nice that this tribute took place. Thank you.
And I would just like to close, it's all been said, just to the Pupa family, I'm so pleased that this happened this evening. I too did not know, I'm a part of a multi-generation family, and I just truly feel for you and your family. I can't imagine, I know how close I am to my siblings, to think of losing, a brother or an uncle or a dad or anyone that's close in your immediate family has to be so heartbreaking. And to know, this many years later, that you all are here as a family, as now adults, some of you may have been children, during that time, to be able to come together with your community and to know that your family member is still thought of, is still remembered, their name is still spoken, and they're remembered and they are viewed as a hero, in our country, is just a huge testament to your family name and to the gentleman that we heard so much about tonight. So thank you very much for taking the time to come here this evening. I know the weather is super hot, it's not so cool in here, but you're here and you've shown up for this wonderful tribute, and thank you for letting us be a part of it. So thank you.
Thank you. And I apologize to the Pupa family, the uncle, the grandfather. I was trying to do everything on the QT. We didn't want Brian to know, but I'm glad it worked out. Thank you all for coming here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we are going to move into the bulk of our agenda in terms of substantive presentations. And before we get started, I want to just share with everyone that this agenda is very lengthy and very involved. I am going to turn it over to the town manager to kind of give a backdrop as to how the next few agenda items are going to unfold. I want to let people know that I am going to allow public comments in the various sections so that people are allowed to speak while the various parties and boards that are here tonight are here so that they can listen. But I do want to share with you that I am going to have to limit the amount of public discussion per category. That is not to censor anybody or to stop any discussion, but we only are going to have so much time per topic. This will not be the only time that anyone here that wishes to speak on these matters will have an opportunity to speak. Each of these respective building projects has their own respective meetings. We also will have other public sessions in the future between now and our town meeting, our special town meeting, that will be announced later on in the program, that you will have opportunity to speak as well. And then also too, during the special town meeting, when the vote is actually taken for these given projects, there will be deliberation and there will be a means for residents to offer comments then as well. So having said that, I'd like to turn it over to the manager to talk about our next scheduled appointment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just want to acknowledge first the efforts on both of these projects over more than a year now. It's been a significant investment of time for members of the Permanent Building Committee who are here this evening. They've actually done double duty, both serving on the Senior Center Committee as well as the Town School Building Committee. Also representatives of the Board of Selectmen, the School Committee, and the Finance Committee have participated in both of these groups throughout the whole duration as we have put this together. I want to acknowledge the members of the School Committee who are here this evening. There are some members of the Finance Committee this evening, as I noted, also the Permanent Building Committee. The purpose of this evening's report is to establish the status on both projects given the expectations for a special town meeting this fall. On June 27th of 2020, the annual town meeting, Article 14, authorized $650,000 for the feasibility and schematic design and hiring of an owner's project manager for the senior center, and then Article 15, which authorized $955,000 for the same services with respect to a town school administration building. George Hooper, who is our public building superintendent, also a member of the Permanent Building Committee, and has been, amongst all of his various activities, actually chairing both of these committees. And at this time, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hooper to offer a few comments and then introduce the technical team.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, Madam Chair, members of the Board of Selectmen. Before I get going, I'm going to introduce the two committees that are here tonight. First of all, for the Senior Center Building Committee, our Vice Chair, Diane Allen, who also sits on the Permanent Building Committee. Terry Marciello, who is our Senior Center Director. Also sitting on it is Selectman Will Maselli, who replaced Greg Bendel, who I want to thank for his dedication and service that he put on it. Teresa Manganelli, who's on the Finance Committee, Jack Holloway, and Paul Melorani, who both also work on the Permanent Building Committee. Next is our Senior Center School Admin Building Committee. Our Vice Chair is Paul Melorani from the Permanent Building Committee. Selectman Kevin Kyra, who sits on that with me. John Doherty from the Finance Committee. Jesse Finley from the School Committee. Steve Turner, who's also with the School Committee as an alternative. Paul Ruggiero from the School Department. Diane Allen. Jack Holloway from the Permanent Building Committee. Glenn Brand from the Superintendent of Schools. Also attending these meetings are both Jeff Hull, our Town Manager, and Susan Inman, our Assistant Town Manager. Our OPM's also in attendance. That's Dan Pilata from P3, the designers from the Senior Center, Lee Morissette of Dietz & Company, and the designer for the Town Hall School Admin, Phil O'Brien from Johnson Robbins. As the manager stated at our 2020 annual town meeting, it was voted to appropriate $650,000 from free cash for the feasibility and schematic design to replace the Bizzell Senior Center, and $955,000 for the combined replacement of the Town Hall School Admin Building, also known as the Roman House, as it was recommended in a 2018 Facility Master Plan. Why a new Senior Center? Built in 1935 as a school, that 8,300 square foot building was repurposed and became the Bizzell Senior Center in 1986 to accommodate the current senior population. It created a senior center for the town, and here we are 38 years later. 30% of the town's adult population is over the age of 60, which is expected to increase by 200% in 2030. A few items to identify, but not limited to, are the building's operating and infrastructure. A lot of it's still original and past their useful life. The lack of space for programming needs, social services that support our seniors in the community, and lack of storage. Limited space for employees who work in the admin area, limited parking for the functions of the building, and limited handicap accessibility. These are just a few things that have been identified. Why a new town hall school admin building? The town hall moved out of its location across from the Congregational Church, which was a 2,700 square foot building, because of lack of space and storage to support our growing community. The plan at that time was to repurpose this very building that you're in, the Glen Road School, to temporarily house our town hall. This was also in the 80s, 1984. It was almost 40 years ago. Okay? The Roman house, built as a residence in the 1900s, has limited space, limited accessibility to effectively support our school administration and their current needs. We've performed over our meetings. We've done over 25 meetings in each one of these committees. Our building committee meetings are public meetings. They can either be seen through a link on the town's website or WCTV. We provide newsletters, information on the website. Informational flyers have gone out on 2 occasions with the town water bills. Any of you residents have seen these flyers, and I hope you've read through them. Both committees meet on alternating Wednesdays. For the senior center, we are waiting for an independent cost estimation based on our schematic design, which will then review, budgeted, and then present at a special town meeting this fall. The town hall admin, once we complete our final schematic design, will follow the same process. Before you, we have a presentation tonight. Lee Morissette from Dietz will be first. Good afternoon, Lee. Good afternoon. I'm gonna hit that's perfect right there. So what you see up here is the first basic process for the public instruction. First, we selected owner's project manager, which is our OPM. That is P3, which is required under Mass General Law 149, and is selected via Mass General Law Chapter 7. The OPM helps the building committee select designers via Mass General Law Chapter 7. The designers review existing operations and proposed operations via a program. The program is converted into space units, and in the beginning of a new structure evolves. The space units determine the building size, and that size becomes the datum for the site's suitability. The structure sizes is test fit for various existing town-owned sites. The structure is then developed into a finished product. The product is put to bid and constructed. We've completed the first 6 steps and made recommendations of site selection to the Board of Selectmen. Presenting the Senior Center is Lee Morissette from Dietz.
Thank you, George. Good evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you for
members of
being
the
here.
committee. I'll make this brief, even though we've been spending a lot of time on this over the past year, and there's a lot we can talk about and share. I'll just give you the brief version of since we last spoke, because I think I was here about a year ago, and we talked about site selection, and now we're talking about schematic design and pricing. So what you see here is a rendering that we produced of the outside of the entry of the building, just to give a sense of the preferred design, which we'll work back up to. Next slide. Send me your, thank you. One of the first steps after site selection is the programming, which is where we identify necessary spaces, their approximate size, and also the uses that will be in the building and the uses that will not be in the building. They were selected into 5 basic categories: administration, entry, activities, support spaces, and exterior spaces. That's the fit that's not on there. These are based on other senior centers of a comparable size, serving communities of a comparable need, and test fit based on the need provided by the community, number of people, etc. These spaces are then turned into what we call a graphic program, which is just a relative size and shape of all the spaces to begin to master plan how the building goes together. Next slide. Then we apply the desired adjacencies as presented from the committee to begin to group the spaces, and you can see they're slowly turning into something that might look like a building, however faint. But these adjacencies inform how the pieces go together. Next slide. Finally, that turns into a bit of a plan. This was not the very first iteration of the plan. It took many tries to get here and lots of conversation with the committee. This particular plan is a representation of a conversation that Terry Marciello and I had, it was quite a while ago now, over the winter, where we fine-tuned exactly how the building would work from her perspective of the users and the occupants and taking care of the building and all of the desired needs. This was one of the many, many steps, but I think it's most graphic to represent the amount of input from the town that went into the design process. Next slide. That turned into something that looks much more like a building plan. This one's color-coded to the exact same categories that match that original program sheet of the desired spaces and adjacencies. The blue represents the major activity spaces like the exercise facilities and the multi-purpose room that serves meals. And the pink represents the administration spaces, green is that entry space, yellow in this case is the circulation space that connects them, and then the outdoor spaces are on either side. Gray in this case is support spaces like mechanical and kitchens and plumbing, that kind of thing. Next slide. Thank you. So then that gets turned into a three-dimensional building through a number of explorations and iterations that pulled on historic precedents, buildings around town, buildings that used to be around town, and the desires and needs of the community, what they felt connected to, what resonated with them, what they felt was emblematic of the town of Wilmington. This process turned into, as you can see, a building that was scaled in 3 dimensions digitally, but did not have materials on it. So it wasn't necessarily made of anything. But what this did inform us is that it should have the basic visual characteristics you see here, presence at the main entry to announce entry, and the incorporation of high windows and large openings for natural daylighting, for example. And then materials were applied to that facade through another series of explorations where we went down the road of exploring what a brick building might look like, or a stone building, or clapboards, or painted wood with trim. And the preferred design scheme is this one. It's a white painted clapboard and wood trim exterior, similar to something you might see in a Victorian style, but very much in a contemporary detailing. And here, a base of fieldstone that rises up at the entry to give a substantial presence to the main entry of the building. And this is the current version of the design that is being cost estimated right now by a third-party cost estimator. But the building is not alone. It has a site surrounding it. If you're familiar with the St. Dorothy's site, it's mostly trees right now, with the remnants of a building that used to be there a long time ago. This building sits right on Main Street, but right on Main Street in this case is about 50 feet away, enough for some pretty substantial trees to buffer it from the main street. And it has a drop off to the northeast. In this view, up is north, just for reference. So over to the right, where the parking all comes to the front of the building, that's the drop off. It has great access for fire apparatus on at least 3 sides, which I suspect is what the fire department will require. And it benefits the building greatly for safety and security. We've also included a site loop for a walking trail to go around the entire site. It was a request of the senior center in particular and members of the community. And most importantly, perhaps, is the initial kernel of the design idea that we got from Terry quite a while ago, which was to say the benefit of the tent that they've been using in the parking lot over the time of COVID has greatly advantaged them to be able to move outside with their programs. And so we decided that it's essential to keep that, to move quickly through the building, if possible, use the space outside. So you see a patio facing toward Main Street, Route 38, and a patio next to that, a bocce court, raised planters for gardening, and of course there's pickleball, and that's up on the northeast corner of the site. I think that's pretty much it as far as the design. I went through that very, very quickly. Of course, I'd love to share more, but there's a lot to go through tonight, and I'd love to see you at the next committee meeting.
We'll have a chance for questions at the end of the presentation, so if anybody has, I'd like to defer to you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
John, next slide, please. So, next steps. What do? We received independent construction estimates on this schematic design. We reviewed the estimate, identified possible savings formulate an appropriation for budget, continue building committee meetings, finance committee public hearing, and then the appropriation at a special town meeting. Next slide. The Senior Center Building Committee overview. The committee has approximately met 25 times. We've produced videos regarding current building deficiencies. You may have seen them. The committee has hosted 2 community information sessions, one in March, one in June 8th, and then produced a video with the help of Susan Inman, the Assistant Town Manager, for community members who are unable to attend the community meeting. This video and others are available for viewing on WCTV and the town's website. Next slide. And this is a sample of our newsletters, some of our public outreach, and some of the flyers that have gone out with the water bills. Thank you, Lee. Next, I'll invite up Phil O'Brien from Johnson Roberts to review the Town Hall School Administration. Phil. Next slide.
Jump right in. Okay. The project started off, some of this is going to be a repeat of what Lee just told you about the senior center. The process basically works the same in both cases. What you see here is a program diagram. We kind of took this a two-pronged approach when it came to programming. We reviewed all the existing spaces. We took a look at all the existing equipment. We talked to folks about what their growth needs were for the foreseeable future. And then we generated both a numerical and a graphic program that represents the spaces that we looked at. Now the spaces are driven by the people that are going to be in those spaces, the offices that they have, the furnishings, and the equipment that are going to be in each of those spaces. That's the preliminary driver of how big the spaces are. And then we kind of compared that, just like Lee said about the senior center, to other similar communities and what they do and kind of industry standards. And it pretty much lined up with what we see for buildings like this, for communities like this, and it's actually very close in terms of its overall square footage to the 2018 study recommendations. So we took those programmatic diagrams and went over those in detail with the committee, and then we put them together in terms of their adjacencies and so forth. We are looking at a multi-story building. We looked at 2-story buildings, and we looked at 3-story buildings. We looked at multi-story buildings with single-story portions, and that's pretty much what we ended up. What you're looking at here is where the current floor plans are right now, and you can see on the larger plan in the center to the left, this large purple area. That is a 1-story meeting room suite of spaces that's very close to the entrance. And then the remainder of the building over to the right is a 3-story building. It's very simple in terms of its layout, with a corridor that runs down the middle, stairs and elevator that run up to the different floors. One of the key elements of the floor plans is that you can separate off or close off the rest of the facility in the evening and still use that meeting room suite in the after hours with access to toilets, the 3 meeting rooms, cable TV, storage spaces, janitor's closet. On the site plan, just to orient folks, the common is the triangular space down on the bottom. The high school is down at the very bottom right. And then kind of the little tiny building that's over in front of the high school, that's the Roman house. And then the building sits basically in the hillside in front of the existing Bozell Senior Center. What that means for us is that we can maintain the Swain Green, which is that large green area down on the bottom left of the site, and we're actually increasing the size of the existing parking lot. We don't need that much parking for the town hall itself, but we understand that lots of folks park there for the high school and for other events, and you have the 4th of July event there and so forth, and we've seen those events and taken pictures of those things to get an understanding of what happens there. We were very cognizant of the neighborhood we're in. We understand we're basically in a residential neighborhood, even though we're right across from the common. And so that informed the kind of overall massing, the kind of size and shape of the building and what it looks like. So this is a site plan. This basically shows 300 spaces, which is a little bit more than what you have out there now, 53 or so spaces more than what you have out there right now. In kind of brown orange is the Bozell, and then there's the parking lot. It's kind of a large L shape to the right-hand side of the plan, and then in between those things is the proposed town offices. The lower section of the building is on School Street, so that we can keep the higher section of the building away from the neighbors, and then it's basically surrounded by the trees that exist now at the backside and around the ends of the Bozell at this point and around that hillside. The 4th of July building stays where it is. We've got some trees and islands in the parking lot that we're proposing, but we try to leave large open areas without any islands or trees for things like the carnival arrangement. We've got a little bit over an acre of open space with no trees or islands to support that.
All right, John, next step. So our next steps, geotechnical borings of the site, geotechnical percolation test, finalize the facade, receive independent construction, very similar to what we're doing with the senior center, review construction estimates, identify possible savings, formulate and appropriate the budget, continue our building meetings, finance committee, public hearing, and appropriation at a special town meeting. The committee has met approximately 27 times, produced videos regarding current building deficiencies, hosted a community information center on July 15th, and then produced a video for community members who are unable to attend the community meeting. This video also available on WCTV on the town website. This here is also some of our public outreach. These are our newsletters, informational flyers, and a trifold that's gone out in the water bill. So, I know that's a lot of information. Everything's been out there on the two committees that we've had. I have both the designers here and our OPM is here. So with that, if there's any questions on the information that's provided, I'll take them now.
Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone for the presentations that were put forth. Also want to thank all of the committee members that are here, School Committee, Finance Committee, Permanent Building Committee, the Wildwood Project Committee, the people that are here that are residents, concerned citizens, all the department heads, everybody that has put so much effort into these projects. I'd also like to acknowledge my peers that are serving on these committees. The amount of hours that all of you collectively have put into this is just phenomenal and truly appreciated. It's such a volunteer effort amongst so many of you and taking time away from your families. So what I'd like to do, just to kind of keep things in an orderly fashion, is to open it up to my fellow board members to ask any questions. Then anyone else in the audience, whether you're a resident or a member of a board or committee, or if you want to make a statement on behalf of either project, feel free to do so. As I mentioned, we're going to keep it limited to a certain amount of time, so please try and prepare your comments now as we're moving through this. So I'll start to my right on this side of the table to see if anyone would like to make a comment or ask a question. Mr. Bendel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be brief. Gentlemen, thank you first of all for the presentation. And I don't really have any questions for you under this appointment, although I have quite a few questions and comments and concerns under our next appointment in regards to the financing. But for this appointment, I just want to also extend my thanks to all of the volunteers, everybody who's worked on both these committees. A lot of hard work has gone into this, and I appreciate it in preparation for town meeting. And also want to thank our friends at WCTV who have provided great coverage of all the meeting. Any of the meetings that I've missed, I've been able to catch up on. So again, my sincere thanks to everybody who has gotten us to this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anything
Yes,
else?
thank you, Madam Chair. To Phil, from just a quick question: will the new meeting room have air conditioning?
Yes, I'm happy to say that is the plan.
Just check. Regards to the senior center, I don't know how far you're drilling down at this point in time, but I noticed that the dumpster area is in close proximity to the residents over there, was there thought of moving that in a different area? Just a question.
That's a great question. We've looked at that, and it's going to be contained in an area. There's also a tree line that's going to buffer that, but I will let Lee discuss that. That was a topic of conversation.
It might be down the bottom of this one.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Selectman Kyra. Yes, the dumpster is located in an enclosure, so it will not be visible directly. It'll be an enclosure like a wooden fence. It is located to the bottom right of the site. It should be noted that it is not particularly close to any of the houses because of the scale of the site. It's more than 60 feet, if I remember correctly, from an adjacent house with a tree line between it. So it's actually not particularly close to any of those houses, and there is some availability to continue to tweak the exact location through the design development process in the next phase of design.
And then one other question regarding the building itself. Was there any talk of a second floor on the half of the dining room area? I know, was there any for expansion, for future expansion?
Yes, there was much discussion about this based on several inquiries from inside and outside of the committee. Exploration was made into the benefits and the potential costs of that second floor. It proved not only not feasible based on the scale of construction that would be required for an unspecified program at this time, it also was summarily voted down in the early stages of the design development of this project by the committee, who specifically wanted a one-story building. And so because the site is sizable enough, and because the program or the necessary spaces of the building are not so substantial that they couldn't be accommodated on the site, a one-story building was a very suitable fit and was rather easy to accommodate on the site. Therefore, that second story was not advantageous during the early phases of the design.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I would just like to ask one question before I turn it to the left side of the table. Just looking at this is for the senior center, and looking at the pickleball courts, just at a visual, and I don't mean this in a critical way, it's more just in the form of a question, that it seems rather remote from the rest of the building.
Exactly.
And seems like it's a bit of a jaunt. Understanding this isn't exactly drawn to scale, but it's kind of doing its own thing, way off in the distance. So any feedback as to how the decision was derived to locate it as far away in proximity to the rest of what's happening there?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question. The illustration you see on the screen right now is actually drawn to scale. There shouldn't be any perspective distortion in it. It was deliberately located where it is. So that's a really good question. Pickleball makes a certain amount of noise, as you might imagine, and that was not a desirable noise to have next to the patio, which is a quieter space meant for relaxation or any number of other kind of not pickleball activities. There's another benefit along with the noise, is that it may be very popular, as pickleball currently is. By putting it at the opposite end of the parking lot, we actually load up the parking lot in several different locations more evenly. So if you're just going to the senior center to play pickleball, you're actually going to park at the opposite end of the parking lot than the front door. Meaning, if you're going to the senior center, those spots are now available at the front door and not taken up by people playing pickleball. So it was a deliberate choice. And then finally, we're going to try to maintain as many of the original trees in that area as possible to provide additional shade. There's some nice pines and some large hardwoods there that would be a real benefit for when you're playing outdoors.
Thank you. And then to that point, and I know you haven't drilled down on some of the finishes and things of that nature, but and this probably most definitely isn't the most appropriate time to make the comment, but I would be remiss if I didn't. Is that going to be an illuminated surface?
Illuminated meaning exterior lighting? Yes, we have budgeted at this time in the cost estimate to provide some lighting for that area. It's not defined at this time, but it's not anticipated to be, Gillette Stadium. But yes, there will be some illumination for that area.
And then to that end, I know police and fire will weigh in on these buildings and what their recommendations are, but I would assume that they would be, a medical station or a pool. box there as needed based on the remoteness to the building?
Yes,
And
these
anything relative to like an AED or things of that nature will come later?
Absolutely. These buildings will be fully connected into the alarm system, and however the fire department would like to communicate directly with them will be provided. And yes, they're, whatever they require and whatever the code dictates, we'll be happy to satisfy as we move forward. But yes, that is a level of development we anticipate in the next phase.
Thank you, yeah, I understand it's too early for that.
Madam Chair, can I follow up?
Sure.
Just on the illuminating the area, just to go back here, lights on the pickleball courts to play at night? Is that what we mean by illuminating the area?
Yes, there will be both parking lot lighting to provide a safe environment to be able to get to your car and get to the front door. As dictated by code, minimal lighting required for safe passage across the parking lot. Additionally, there will be some lights at the pickleball court. Those have yet to be designed at this time, but they will conform with all local lighting requirements as far as light trespass, how much light goes across the boundary of the site, as well as any restrictions on uplighting, light that goes into the sky.
And will there be, and this may be drilling down as well, as we've put into the high school parking lot, the emergency blues, in case there's an emergency, someone can pull a lever. Will the committee be considering that in this area or in the parking lot in case of an emergency out in the pickleball area?
That's a great question.
Something to think about?
That's what I was referencing with the pull box.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
yeah, that's okay. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. That was
yeah, so
emergency
the blue light, yeah.
call
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. We will bring that up at the next committee meeting and coordinate it to see if
Yeah,
that is
no,
desired.
I'm calling it, I don't know what the right term is either, but we have it at the high school, we have it at Yentile,
Yeah.
so.
We will investigate that, absolutely.
Okay. Anything to my left?
Yeah, quick question, on the town hall school administration, why are we keeping the current senior center structure?
We weren't asked to take that building down. We've tried to design the building so it's a good neighbor, so the Bazell could stay, or if you decided at a later date to take it down, the building will still work.
We have had discussion on that, so for
Yeah.
parking spaces.
Thank you.
I just want to compliment you on the senior center. It's very attractive. I won't comment on town hall since I'm not supporting it. The pickleball courts will be illuminated, and they're going to be on a time sensitive.
That's to be figured out during the next phase of design. What kind of lights there will be, how they'll be timed, whether it be how that gets figured out is in the next phase. Currently, what we have to accommodate illumination at the pickleball courts is a line item in the estimate that says provide a couple lights. That's pretty much where we're at right now. So we bought the wiring out there as part of the estimate and a couple of light fixtures for the pickleball courts themselves. All of that will be determined in the next phase of design development.
Thank you. I also want to compliment the committees. You've done a lot of work, a lot of research. You deserve accolades. Again, just congratulations to all that worked on these projects.
Thank you. So again, I'd like to thank all the committees that are here, also anyone that's here to speak on this topic. At this time, I would open it up to anyone that would like to make a comment or ask a question regarding either of these projects. If you would like to, feel free to come up to the microphone in the center of the room, and please identify your name and your street address for the record. Seeing none. Okay, we'll move on to the next appointment here, which is with Brian Perry, who is our finance director, regarding the financing of the proposed building projects. Mr. Perry.
Madam Chair, while we're making the transition here, if I can just introduce this topic. So clearly, as we pursue what hopefully will be authorization for a special town meeting, one of the key elements of both of these projects is obviously the funding. Brian Perry, who's the finance director and town accountant, and I have reviewed approaches to addressing the funding. As many of you know, the town has free cash in capital stabilization that we've been deliberately accruing over the last many years for the purpose of projects like these. We have just over $30 million in free cash, and then another 16 and change in the capital stabilization. Well, that certainly seems, and it is a significant amount of money. One of the things we have to be mindful of is we have a significant number of building projects. So we've got these two projects that are on the docket. Certainly, we're working on an interim plan for the Wildwood School. My expectation is that whatever the outcome of that desired plan is going to be capital costs associated with that. We've got the prospect of a permanent replacement to the Wildwood School. And we also have a fire substation, which may include both the acquisition of land as well as the construction of a building. So with all of that, I think as I've noted in here, and I'll turn it over to Brian at this point, given we have a significant amount of money available, I think it's important we really take a conservative approach to the amount of money that we're going to be looking to direct from our reserves to this project. So with that, I'll turn it over to Brian.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. I do have the memo as well that you received from Jeff, and I just want to take a minute to hopefully fill in some of the gaps, hopefully be a little proactive on some of the questions that I'm sure that you have. First off, the goal is to draw down the available funds to reduce the bottom line impact to the tax levy while upholding the town's reserve policy. I know Jeff touched on the town's reserve policy in the memo to the board. Essentially what that is the town devised the policy years ago in an effort to maintain the good graces of Standard & Poor and borrowing agencies or rating agencies, to maintain 15% of the operating budget in reserves. We have an operating budget of about $125 million for FY23, so that's about 18 million and change, as Jeff alluded to in his memo. So that's where that comes from as far as the reserve policy. He also hit on the fact that we're also mindful of the capital improvement plan that's part of the budget presentation every January. And there's also a fairly sizable backlog of other capital projects coming up that will require some degree of financial subsidy. The significant projects we have coming up, obviously the senior center, the town hall / school admin building, and then the two other ones that aren't quite on the same time horizon but coming up soon is the elementary school building project that we're working with the MSBA on, as well as the potential for any public safety substation in North Wilmington. All told, those four projects total an estimated $100 million and change in estimated costs, which obviously outweighs what we have in reserves presently. So we have to kind of decide between a couple of different approaches. Do we want to draw down the reserves immediately to offset in the short term our financial impact, or we want to take a more conservative approach that includes consideration for, again, the next two significant phases of capital projects, a school and a fire substation, capital improvement plan projects that we have a sizable backlog. Again, we present that every January, as well as trying to be mindful of any unforeseen emergency spending, which ultimately would likely be part of this reserve that we have. But as you had seen in the past couple of months, between the oil spill and the ambulances, there always is some degree of unforeseen expenses that come up and can be pretty costly that we want to be mindful of. Again, going back to the memo that the manager had presented you with as well, and taking a conservative approach, is I do fully expect the town would use available funds to offset new debt service, minimize the impact again to the tax levy, and working to reduce the available funds to draw down to eventually be close to the bottom line of the reserve while maintaining the ability to pay and fund capital improvement plan projects. I'm not sure if that was as clear as you'd like to hope in the memo. I know we touched on it in the last two paragraphs, but I fully expect, if we do take a conservative approach, is to continue to really work to offset the debt service. Because if we look to take on new debt in the next few years for these first two projects, it's going to be close to doubling the debt service that we have currently, and that's going to put downward pressure on the rest of the operating budget. Admittedly, there's a lot of variables between now and when we get through these four projects, but we at least want to provide a starting point for discussions through the board ultimately with the Finance Committee, and then lastly, obviously, with the town, and obviously respect the direction of this approach. So I guess that's at least what I have for an opening, and I'm sure that lots of people have questions. So.
Madam Chair, if I could just make one particular point for the audience. So the amount that we are proposing, or that I'm recommending we take from free cash for these two building projects is $6 million, and that would be apportioned between the two projects, proportionate to the size and scale of those projects. The estimate right now, and I strongly state that these are only estimates. We don't have the cost information back from the cost estimators, but based upon information that has been previously gathered, we're anticipating the senior center to cost something in the order of $13 million, and the town school admin to be in the ballpark of $35 million. So again, the intent would be to draw down $6 million from free cash. One of the things that I want to also hold open going forward is the prospect that we would use a portion of our capital stabilization funds to further subsidize the debt costs. So one of the issues we have to be mindful of is as we pay for these projects, there's a operating budget line item that's referenced as debt service. That amount is approximately $3.6 million right now. If we, as you see, and there's a chart that Brian put together under the scenario that considers the $6 million, that would mean that the debt service would increase by approximately $3.3 million. So that's almost a doubling of the debt service, which means it puts, as Brian alluded to, further pressure on the operating budget, because ultimately that debt service is a line item of the operating budget. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, and at this point I have no further comment.
Thank you. So obviously this is a lot to take in. I'm going to turn it over to my fellow board members to ask any questions, and I have some as well. And then anyone that's in the audience that wishes to speak or ask a question, you certainly will be given the opportunity to do so. Any questions or comments? I'll start to my left.
Not right now.
Mr. Palmer, anything? Okay. Anything over here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brian, thank you for being here. Appreciate this. Jeff, thank you for the memo. I do have a couple questions and comments, if that's okay. Thank
Sure.
you. I think Jeff just clarified. My first question was just to be clear that, if you could repeat for the record, the $6 million would be for both projects and not for each individual project, 6 each.
That's right. This would be $6 million towards both projects. So we would underwrite, so to speak, the cost of construction for both of these projects.
So roughly about an eighth of the cost of the combined projects.
Based upon the information we have presently.
Okay. How about, I'm trying to run through different scenarios here, come November 19th. If this structure was to be applied to the special town meeting, and let's say one of the projects failed, would your intention still be to have $6 million allocated towards the project that did, let's say, pass, or would that number decline?
That's something we did talk about, and I think the prospect that we would be looking at possibly looking at a smaller amount, not the full $6 million, but a portion of that $6 million for the one project. So if one of the projects did not pass, I wouldn't envision fully taking the $6 million, but a majority of it.
Okay, thank you. And could you talk to me about how you arrived at the $6 million? I mean, roughly an eighth. I mean, could you talk to us about how you arrived at that number?
So the way it's it is developed is basically apportioning it is roughly 12.5% of the cost of each of these projects as it's projected now. But again, the things that we're looking at, and we mapped out multiple scenarios here, it seems to me that this is the most affordable based upon the circumstances. As both Brian and I noted earlier, we have to be mindful of these other factors. We clearly want to maintain that $18+ million in free cash to satisfy the rating agencies and maintain that 15% going forward. They're going to be attentive to our ability to not only take on needed projects, but also to maintain reserves. We want to be mindful of the annual cost of capital each year. We spend anywhere from $2 to $3, $4 million in some cases on capital, whether it's replacing ambulances, various vehicles, doing upgrades to ballparks. So we still want to be able to maintain some measure of that because, as Brian noted, we have a 5-year capital plan, and I believe this coming fiscal 24, when you pull out the cost estimates for these building projects, we're still looking at something in the order of $10 million associated with other capital projects. So, you know, those still need to be addressed. So when you factor in all those items, I think this is a sustainable amount, the $6 million.
And I appreciate that explanation, because what I'm trying to wrap my head around is that we're, you know, for years we've been saving up for these projects, and now to propose that we're going to take about 1/8 out of our town's savings is concerning to me, given the fact that we have other projects on the horizon, as Brian alluded to, and I think we can all agree are needed, whether it's a fire station and Wildwood School or other school projects. So when I think about that much coveted fire station that we, you know, ballpark could cost us $8 million, are we going to pay 1/8 of that cost as well? So I mean, are we going to pay $1 million? I'm trying to think of where the rest of this free cash is going to go. So if we're going to set the precedence to pay 1/8 of these projects, then one could safely assume we're going to spend 1/8 of a fire station and 1/8 of perhaps a Wildwood, with the caveat that the MSBA will dictate some of that. But we still end up with a lot of free cash. And so what I'm concerned about is that even though I know we have to keep a healthy amount of reserves, and I've sat in this chair for years and said we gotta save it for these projects, well, here we are with the projects. We've got the savings. I don't know how many people save up all their money and then put a dishwasher on a credit card. You know, eventually you have to spend some money. And so I'm concerned about this payment structure that's being proposed, given the amount of money that we've saved up for a rainy day. And we've been through some rainy days, i.e. the pandemic. And I know that some of us, including me, are concerned that we could hit a recession. And the only thing I would say to that is, number one, we don't know, and I certainly don't know. But number two, the town will continue to collect free cash during the recession. Residents will not. And so I think the more we can put towards these projects, the better for the taxpayer. So quite frankly, I would encourage my colleagues and the members of the Finance Committee to oppose this current payment structure as is. And again, that's not a knock on either project. I'm supportive of the projects, but I am opposed at this point to the financing proposal that's before us. And Madam Chair, if I could just ask one last question, because I've used quite a bit of time. Does either of these cost estimate, and my colleague, Ms. Pacelli, already kind of alluded to this question, but do either of these cost estimate $13 million or the $35 million, Brian, do either of these factor in demolition of either the current senior center or the Roman House?
These are the figures I was provided through.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'll direct the
So
question.
I don't know exactly the extent of it. Those are the numbers I was working with for the modeling. So.
Perhaps the question is better suited for Jeff.
I would say that the costs do include demolition, but again, they're rough estimates, so I don't want to be held to these numbers because these are estimates that we have been using for the last couple of years. Obviously, we've seen cost escalation dramatically here in the last couple of years. So would not surprise me if when we get the cost estimates back, that the costs are perhaps higher than what we're using currently. Just to speak to two issues, I don't think it's appropriate to necessarily consider that because we're using $6 million, or we're proposing to use $6 million from free cash here, that it's automatically going to be the same formula for each project that we do. I think it needs to be project-based. The Wildwood School, for example, and again, we have no real information at this point as to what that is going to cost. I've suggested it could be something in the order of $70 to $75 million. Again, with cost escalation as it is, it could be greater. One of the things we have to be mindful of is that when the high school was constructed, the MSBA portion, or the gross portion of the reimbursement, was 55% or thereabouts. I think the net was a little bit less than that. But from what I'm hearing currently, because of the demands on the MSBA cost escalation, I think square footage costs are something in the neighborhood of $600-700 or more. We very well could be in a situation where the MSBA reimbursement may be 30%. Maybe, and these are all speculative, but it's based upon what we're seeing in other projects. So that is going to be a project that's going to need to be addressed, at least in portion, from free cash. So I understand the message that's been sent out that we've been disciplined to raise and reserve money, but given the number of projects that are slated to happen in the next 5 to 10 years, I think we need to be cautious. And I guess the other point I would just make is, with respect to a recession, if we have a recession, typically in those circumstances we don't generate the same level of free cash that we do in the out years. When we were going into the pandemic, I fully expected that was going to cause problems with state aid. We were very fortunate because the state had the funds, and not only did they make significant investments in COVID relief, but they also kept their promise in terms of state aid. With a recession, if less money is coming into the state coffers, that means they're going to turn over less to the cities and towns. So I just think those are some of the things that we have to be mindful of, and when we put that recommendation together, those were the things we were considering.
And so I can appreciate that. Obviously, I know, Brian, I'm not quoting you, either of you, on the exact numbers. I can appreciate that these are merely estimates. And you estimated that possibly we would need $100 million if we wanted to take on all these projects at once. I mean, clearly we're not going to wait till we have $100 million in savings before we tackle a project. So I can appreciate you trying to put together a strategy. I really do. And I compliment you both for trying. What I'm trying to say is that, like most here tonight, I'm excited about the possibilities of what can happen at November 19th special town meeting. But when I read this memo, I was definitely underwhelmed with the amount of money that was going to be proposed from free cash. So I will leave it with that. And again, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If I may ask, Brian, for the last 3 to 5 years, what has been the average increase in available cash year over year? So are we averaging $2 to $4 million that goes into our free cash position year over year? What are we accumulating annually?
It does vary year to year. It has been positive the last 3+ years since I've been here, probably to 3 to 5 potentially.
3 to 5
depending on the
million.
year. But yeah,
Okay.
it does, obviously as the budget starts to get tighter, less gets turned back into free cash.
Okay.
To that point, though, I think it's worth noting, and Brian and I just had this conversation the other day about the amount that was budgeted for health insurance. So as you know from the budgets the last few years on health insurance, we've kept it steady, and in a couple of instances actually decreased the amount. And the premise here is that with COVID, there's been a lot of folks that have not gotten the medical services that they would normally need. As a consequence of the budgets in a couple of prior years, we turned over in excess of $1 million, I think $2 million in one year, that was not spent for the town's share of health insurance. That went into the general fund and also ultimately played out in terms of free cash. I think this year, and Brian, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the number that we have in excess on the health insurance is something in the order of $800,000.
It was just below 800,000, correct.
Do you believe at some point in prior projects, such as, for example, with the high school, I recall being at meetings where the town manager at the time, with, you know, the assistance of town accountant, things of that nature, was able to indicate the average increase in a tax bill per resident. Are we going to eventually be able to derive a hypothetical like that to share with people for a median, you know, price
Eventually,
home?
yeah, we're not at
Eventually.
that point yet. We're
When do you
dealing-
think that information will be available?
Well, we would need to certainly have firmer numbers for what the total cost of the project would be.
Right. But we'll have that obviously before what's proposed
Yes,
for a special
well, I
town
would
meeting.
work with our financial advisors as well.
Correct.
And work on modeling that, correct.
Okay.
And just again, Madam Chair, to that point, when the former town manager and the town accountant at the time made those recommendations, you may recall that in the case of both the middle school and the public safety building and then the high school, those were debt exclusions. So essentially, the town authorized raising the levy above Proposition 2.5 limit for a limited period of time during the duration of those the debt costs there. So in this case, and I think it's important to note that these projects are proposed to be addressed within the levy. So we're not looking for a debt exclusion or a Proposition 2.5 override.
Okay, that is important to know. Okay. Anything over here?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Pretty much covered it, Mr. Bendel and yourself and the questions. On the scenarios, Brian, 1, 2, 3, and 4, yeah, which one of these are you recommending?
The recommendation was to use option number 1 with the caveat that I wanted to explain again is we continue to use available funds to reduce any debt service in the beginning years as well.
And number 2, as referenced on the bottom, is more in line with the town's process rather than 1. The way I read it, the way you wrote it. So why aren't we going with 2, where it adds $12 million to the project rather than $6 million? And as I see, the debt services actually is less, unless I'm reading it wrong.
No, you're correct. Is the more you
So
pay
the-
up front, you'd have less debt service on the
Right.
back end.
Okay.
So,
In scenario 2 is the preferred or closest to the town's policy. But
it
we're
does,
not-
it does
we're not
draw
going with
it
that.
through, yeah, it is challenging to try and do this over 1 year because the next 2 projects aren't gonna happen at the end of the first year. Obviously, if the wish is to continue to use some sort of free cash or capital stabilization for the capital improvement plan as well, that's gonna draw down the reserves over time as well. It does leave you in a position very close to the policy threshold. The trade-off, as Jeff had mentioned briefly, is that the more you're putting away in free cash leaves you open to other market issues that you might have. So I think that's the biggest thing that he had explained is as far as having additional funds on hand for the next 2 projects as well as being able to eventually weather any recession.
Yeah, the next 2 projects being the substation and the school.
In the school, correct,
Okay,
which is
and the
still probably.
substation we've talked about for about 25 years. Now, we still don't have, we haven't looked for a location. That's probably not gonna happen for another 3 to 5 years at
Yep.
best.
And I think that's
And
fair
then
for
the-
the same time frame for
Yeah, and then the
high school. Yeah.
we're starting that process now. Thank goodness the MSBA is accommodating us to the best. But that, again, is another 5 to 7 years, would you say? So if we're averaging between $3 million and $5 million of free cash each year, that's between $15 million and $21 million that we'll have after 5 to 7 years, which should more than replenish what we would take. Because I would suggest, I want both of these projects to go forward. I would suggest half be paid for the senior center and half be paid for the town hall and school administration building. So I hope that you would go back and rework this, because if we are making a proposal, that would be my motion at the time that we're going to be doing this. So I'm just letting you know ahead of time.
Yeah, no,
that I'm making a motion.
I understand
when time comes that we're paying for half of both these projects, because the town has been putting aside $46 million, and even if you use half of that, which is 23 million, right? 46 minus 23 million. We still have, which is above the 18 million that you need to hold for Standard & Poor's, right?
Correct.
In addition, we give $1 million, sometimes maybe more, to OPEB. And I don't think we need to give that much to OPEB. I think one time we talked, and the minimum amount is about $700,000, right? So we save a little bit there. I'm kind of drilling a little bit. The retirement end, we give another $1 million of free cash, OPEB free cash. We can bring all that down to save money, right? We need to look at a real conservative budget, a 1 to 2% increase in the budget, so that we're not going crazy, right? This coming fiscal year. Let's see, what else do I have? I have so much, but so little time. So we got, I just wrote down notes here, and I look at the scenario 2, better than 1, 3, and 5, but 4, but it doesn't compute with me, honestly. We've been storing money from the residents of this community up to $46 million, and it's time that we spend it on their behalf. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can I
Thank you.
just
Yes.
So I just wanted to come out, and I support what both my colleagues said. I can't support this plan here. Mr. Carr just summed it up for me, because that's exactly what I was thinking. We're holding on to the residents' money here, and we should say taxes go up and we have all this money. We need to put more money towards these projects. And I don't know how many times that I read that the fire substation in North Wilmington is going to be another 5-10 years down the line. That could possibly be at someone's life, because it's well needed. And I know that's not something that we can do tomorrow, but to hear that it could be on a 5-10 year when we have all this cash, I cannot get behind this at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
I agree with my colleagues. Mr. Kyra, you summed it up very well on the financial end. Concerns I have is that the town's been talking about projects of a senior center, a town hall, school administration building, schools, a substation, and I've heard that we're gonna need a DPW bond eventually. Let's total all those up and see what it's gonna cost us. Where are the people gonna get the money? Where? Money's tight as it is. Finances are tight. I strongly support the senior center, but I think on everything else, we should go back to the drawing board and look and see what is the most important. Whether it be the schools, let's get our schools in order. Let's get our schools in order. We need a substation. This isn't a luxury. This is a necessity. And God forbid someone gets injured, dies, there's a fire that we can't get to fast enough because we didn't build a substation, then it's on all us. I cannot support the financial end of this right now until we come up with a better proposal on what other projects we have. And again, Mr. Kara, thank you. What you said was what I was thinking, and I do appreciate you bringing those up to finance.
Follow-up question here.
Thank you. Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. Just have a procedural question. In the event that the board here in a short while does call a special town meeting on November 19th, which I anticipate we will, would the articles, and I'm not looking for the exact verbiage, but would the articles be tied to a particular financing scenario, or would it just simply be to vote a new senior center or vote a new town hall or school administration? Because if it's tied to a financing option that we have in front of us tonight, and I'm on one of these committees, I'm very concerned about the future of my project, especially if I'm on the town hall committee. And we're talking about a $35 million project with an estimated roughly $3 million being proposed to come out of free cash, the rest to be financed. So either committee. So I guess the question to you is, and I'm not looking for the exact verbiage of the article because we haven't even voted the town meeting, which I think we will, but is it simply straight up yes or no, or is it tied to a financing option? Because I think that changes people's way they're going to vote, and that's going to be critical.
Typically, it's had a dollar amount associated with the article.
Well, so the articles are actually typically on the capital articles. When they're prepared, it's essentially to raise and appropriate or borrow a sum of money for the purpose of X. And then when the motion is prepared, that is presented at town meeting, the motion would have the amount and whether it's to borrow X and to take Y from free cash. So certainly it would be my expectation for the meeting, for one of the September meetings, to present the articles to the Board of Selectmen to sign off on as the warrant, and then separately, ultimately, before any motions are prepared, would be presenting those to the board to be in agreement with. But they are two separate. So the article just references the subject matter and whether to raise and appropriate, borrow, and then separately, prior to the town meeting, the motions would be prepared.
Thank
That's
you.
what I assumed, but I wanted to make sure we're clear for the audience and people watching, that you may be faced with a vote that asks you, not only are you in favor of this project, but in favor of paying it in this format. And so that could possibly change the way people think. And so I just wanted to offer that up as we give our initial feedback to this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I just want to make a couple comments. I wanted to defer to the board. In looking at these 4 scenarios, in my mind, I thought that 1 was too light, and I thought 3 and 4 were a little bit too aggressive. First and foremost, I think that the estimates, I expect that they're both going to come back higher than what's presented, just based on what I'm seeing and hearing out in the world, that the $35 million for the town hall, school admin, and the senior center at $13 million, I expect that they're probably going to come in a little bit higher. I do want to just share, and I know everybody can look at the same. I know some people in the audience don't see what we have, but if you look down at the bottom section for column 2, and if we were to look at all 4 of those projects, the 2 that we're discussing, the fire substation and the Wildwood School, you will see with available reserves and the 15% policy reserve, that leaves us with about $2.5 million at the end of it all, which I think anything beyond that, I would be a little bit nervous, moving into the higher brackets for 3 and 4. The other piece that I wanted to share is that, we've had this conversation amongst the board with the town manager and with Brian, is that the finance committee is such an integral part of all of this. And typically we hear, the finance committee's thought processes as we get closer to the actual town meeting date. Through the manager, I'd like to talk about what type of communications have existed, past, present, future, with the finance committee, and how our board can receive some feedback. I know the finance committee members, some are here tonight, to get some feedback from our colleagues as to how this is resonating with the finance committee, because I think that's an important point. I mean, that's the purpose of the Finance Committee. So I know, Mary Ann, I'm looking right at you, and I apologize for that, but I'd like you to come to the mic, and if you'd like to say something on your own behalf as a member, I know you don't represent the entire Finance Committee, but I would like to hear from somebody that is in this purview. Thank you.
I'm going to actually make a statement on behalf of Chairman Doherty. He had to leave.
Okay.
His suggestion at this point is $6 million from free cash designated exclusively to Town Hall. And then $6 million from the capital stabilization for the senior center, for a total of $12 million. $6 million for each project. And it's important to point out that the capital stabilization fund needs a 2/3 vote at town meeting. We need to take more money out of our savings to fund these projects. That's me speaking on as a Finance Committee member. You know, as it's been alluded here, we've been saving for quite a long time. And I think going forward, we kind of need to dig a little deeper into our savings and be mindful that we know that we need to do a debt exclusion in 5 to 7 years for the Wildwood. We can't get around that. We need to do a debt exclusion. And if we find land for a substation, we can take that up at that point. But right now, we don't have anything for a substation. And
So just
if the board wants to go forward and try to get that in gear, but like Mr. Bendel has said, 25 years and we still don't have a substation.
So just to add to what you're saying, when we talk about scenario 2, that I've spoken about, other members have spoken about, the total that was recommended, the subsidy amount, was $87.50, you know, $8,750,000 for the town hall school admin, and then $3,250,000 for the senior center. That totals up to the $12 million. But it's the pro rata share is going based on the project amount. You're simply saying, yes, you support the $12 million, but you want it evenly appropriated amongst the projects regardless of what their price tag is. Is that, in summary, what you're saying?
That is what Mr. Doherty's intention is, and he wants to make it clear that $6 million comes out of the capital stabilization fund for the senior center funding.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Not at this time.
At this time, would anyone else like to rise and speak on this? If you would, if you can come up and form a line, and if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Stephen Turner, 59 Washington Avenue, member of the school committee and also member of the town hall school admin working group. So one of the things that's come up at the last 2 or 3 meetings of the town hall school admin building was a discussion about the if-no scenario. If we vote no to it, what happens then? This building, my understanding, is that there are substantial repairs that would be needed, significant if it needed to be extended for 30 years. So the cost of that is not zero. So it's not 35 million or zero, it's 35 million or several million, but the number is no idea. And then the Roman house is insufficient, not usable, what's the right word, George? So it clearly uninhabitable. So it clearly has to be, something has to happen. The town, no means there'll be money spent somewhere else. And so part of the question for the process is, if no to the town hall school admin, what's the consequence to create 2 other scenarios that can fill the place of a 100-year building? And that's not insignificant. And I think it's very important for the town to understand we would be coming back regularly for capital expenditures for both scenarios. Thank you.
Valid point. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. George Allen, Stonehenge Drive. I have a comment and I have a question.
Sure.
I'm glad to hear the discussion that Selectman Bendel started with, because I too were underwhelmed when I heard $6 million from free cash total. There's been good discussion up here. Selectman Kyra makes some good points, Selectman Selly. I think you guys, along with the Finance Committee, need to go back and look at that number. That seems way inadequate. Question through you, Madam Chair, to the town accountant. where the bond market is so volatile now, what do you see that doing to municipal borrowing rates?
It's obviously, I guess through Madam Chair, the short answer is it's a murky situation. It's obviously far from ideal right now. We don't know exactly when we'll be going out to bond it, but obviously it's less than ideal with all the uncertainty in the bonding market at this point.
So you don't expect them to be as low as they have been?
I'm reaching at straws right now to try and project the number for when we're going to hypothetically
Okay.
borrow for this.
Well, I mean, that's something that's also got to be
We've
considered when we
thought
get down.
about that.
Right.
It's
Right.
impossible to get a firm answer from anyone
Okay.
right now.
All right, thank you, Madam
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Scott Neville, 215 Chestnut Street. Just a few questions. So currently, the free cash and capital stabilization fund has roughly $46.9 million in it. That's fiscal year and 21 certified. So we're expecting new certification at the end of October, and based on it goes up $3 to $5 million a year. We're expecting that to raise up about around that amount, roughly, or.
Madam Chair, I think it's very dangerous to assume that every year free cash is going to increase by $3 to $5 million. Free cash is a consequence of a number of factors. It's a consequence of the economy, the amount of revenue that the town is generating, the budgets, and whether the budgets exceed expenditures. Certainly, we've had a decent run here in the last few years, and I don't have the information in front of me, but we certainly can go back and check the numbers. But, you know, the last few years it has gone up more than, you know, in the 3 million category. But I think it's dangerous to make that assumption. In fact, one of the things that Department of Revenue cautions municipalities on is to make those kind of assumptions, because if we begin to operate on the premise that we can spend at this level because we're generating $3 to $5 million in free cash every year, and then something happens, that puts us in a tougher spot.
In addition to that, so you want to keep around 15% of the town's operating budget, around $18.8 million currently in free cash. That leaves us with $28 million, and we've discussed these 4 projects currently that we're looking at that are long-term projects. Do you have a target number of what you want in free cash and capital stabilization at the end of those 4 projects? So we have, what I'm saying basically is there's the 28 million that we have right now on top of that 18.8. How much of that do you plan on drawing down at the end of these 4 projects?
I don't have specific numbers on each project because I don't have the even, you know, all we have is ballpark estimates on what it may cost for a new school. Again, I'm suggesting it could be in the 70 to 75 million. That number could be much lower. But what I'm simply saying is that we need to have sufficient funds in excess of the 15% to be able to offset some of that cost, unless the premise is let's, you know, draw down a significant amount of free cash now and perhaps not subsidize those projects or the cost of those projects to the same extent going forward. You know, I guess you know, one of the things that has been one of the things that has resulted in our ability to generate free cash is being conservative on the revenue that the town gets every year. So, for example, we typically anticipate that state aid is going to be level funded. We anticipate that permits are essentially going to be level. We've been fortunate over the years in that, you know, state aid, most recently anyways, has gone up by some margin. So again, that gets funneled back into free cash. But I guess the point being that I guess it's my nature to be conservative. I think it's helped us to a large degree. I understand the concern that we've been saying for a long time now. We need to build up these reserves, and in the premise that perhaps we need to use more than $6 million on these projects. All I'm suggesting is I need to be thinking about the projects beyond these two immediate ones, but how we're going to continue to fund the year-to-year dump trucks and ball fields and roofs and boilers, and at the same time, being prepared to fund some of these other projects we've talked about.
Okay. This is more of a bucketing thing, but at town meeting annually, we usually transfer money into the capital stabilization. I don't know if it was $1 million or 1.5 somewhere the last few years. Are we going to continue that going forward, or do you plan on stopping that?
I would suggest that we continue that. One of the things, again, I have to be mindful of what Standard & Poor's, how the Standard & Poor's views the town. And, one of the things I believe is that to the extent we suddenly stop some of those things, or dramatically reduce earmarking funds for those purposes, that may raise a red flag with Standard & Poor's. Now, what is the consequence of that? It's hard for me to say, and I don't want to speak for Brian, but I suspect it's hard for him to say, what does that mean in terms of, the number of basis points that could lead to in terms of an interest rate. But, I think one of the concerns that Standard & Poor's has raised in the past about the town is the ability to continue to meet its pension and OPEB obligations. So to the extent that we dramatically change course, I think is going to raise an issue. One of the things, on the other hand, that they've been very complimentary of and very confident of is the town's ability to maintain this steady course of, the 15% and contributing to these things. So, again, that's something I also try to be mindful of, is how is this going to affect the cost to borrow?
All right. And lastly, as a member of the Finance Committee, as much of the Select Board has said tonight, I saw the $6 million and I did feel it was low and should be brought up. Thank you.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, in looking at this matrix here, I see the Wildwood School project is estimated at $45 million. I've heard the manager speak to 70 to 75 million. Shall I assume that the 45 is the town's portion, and that the other balance that is not included is what we would get from the
Yes.
MSBA?
Yeah.
And
No,
so
that would
based
be-
on that, what is the projected estimate, which I know is subject to change? What do we believe that the MSBA will fund?
The discussions that I've had with the manager, I think Jeff will probably jump in on this one, but I think our hope has probably been around 40% is what the most recent numbers we've been bandied about are. It's all speculative at this point. I can't
Okay.
speak for Jeff or the MSBA, but I think that's what the estimate is at this point.
And again, and we can confirm some of this information, but quite frankly, I've had a number of discussions with our OPM on the two building projects, and P3 is involved in a number of school building projects and has been for many years, so he's pretty dialed in to what the funding rates are from MSBA, and it wasn't all that long ago that he was telling me that we should expect something in the order of perhaps 35%. More recently in conversations, and I want to confirm this, but I'm getting indications that that percentage could be lower. It could be 30% or perhaps even less than 30%. So the 45 million was assuming that's the town, that was assumed and estimated roughly to be the town's share. But again, that is, I would not want to go to the bank on that number.
Okay, thank you.
If I could,
Yes.
just to the manager's point, he mentioned P3. Does our OPM that we've hired want to chime in on any of this?
I think they left.
Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else like to rise and speak on? Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Diane Allen, Permanent Building Committee, also a member of the Town Hall, School Administration, as well as the Senior Center. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Director of Finance, what do we have outstanding right now as far as debt exclusion?
The excluded debt right now is the high school project.
Is the high school project?
Yes, it is.
So it's the only project that we have. All the other buildings that we've built, safety building, middle school, and the
They're all
others are all paid off. And
No, that's the only excluded debt. Other debt that we have is outstanding, but is within the tax levy.
okay, the high school, how many years left do we have on that to pay?
About 15 or 16, I think that goes to 2037.
15?
Yeah, 15.
Okay,
or
but that was a 30-year.
Yeah, it goes till 2037, I believe,
Okay,
so.
all right, and I know you did some refinancing there.
Yes, we did.
One other thing I would just like to say, in the money that has been taken in from the town and put towards free cash, you know, we went through a terrible time with the pandemic and everything, yet no money was ever given back to the taxpayers. We still had an increase in our taxes, and we paid our taxes. Now, we're going to go on, and we are still going to see that happen. But I think that I would agree with Selectman Bendel and Selectman Kyra, as well as the other members of the board here, that $6 million for both projects is just not going to be enough. And that, to Mr. Kyra's point, we will recoup that money by the time these other projects start to come on the board, whenever that is. And we're looking at a 5 to 7 year window for the Wildwood School, and maybe even longer for the for another public safety building in North Wilmington. So I think if the town keeps taking these in, that money is going to recoup, and we probably, although the town manager says 3 to 5 million may not be the standard, of course, if we hit a recession, and no one can say whether that's going to happen or not, I think the town is in excellent financial shape. In fact, if you go online to the Department of Revenue and you look at the 351 towns that have free cash, Wilmington's way up there, almost number 5. So of 351 communities, no one has the amount, even near the amount of money that we have for free cash. And I know that is very good on the town manager's behalf, but we were all hoping that this is what was going to help us when we need 2 desperate buildings, the senior center and this town hall, which was supposed to be a temporary building and is now going on almost 40 years. And I think that's what we have to tell the taxpayers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, George Hooper, 7 Hanson Road. We're fortunate to have Don Walters from Dorn Whittier, who worked on our high school project, very familiar with the MSBA project, and if we could ask him to kind of come up and give us some insight as to what percentages, what they're currently at.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Don Walter with Dorn Whittier. So it's hard to hear, but I believe you're asking about how the MSBA's reimbursement is working and what your particular percentage might be realized as you look at projects moving forward. So as you may know, they do cap construction costs at a certain dollar. They don't pretend to reimburse full project construction costs. So that being said, given the market escalation that we've seen over the last year and a half, your general percentage will go down because their cap does not go up. So as you see construction costs rise, the reimbursement dollar that they will reimburse at staying steady, your percentage will go down. And in addition to that, there are other pieces within the project cost that they cap also. So we always talk about the effective reimbursement rate. So if just say your number is 50%, it's never 50%. In the past when we did the high school, it may have been somewhere, I think, Jeff, you're saying maybe in the 45% range. Today, you may see it down in the 25, 30% range. So it's a bit of a moving target because of the construction market, and MSBA doesn't pretend to try to keep up with that escalation.
Thank you.
Hope that's helpful.
That is helpful. Thank you.
How long are we taking out the bond for, Brian? Have you ran those numbers yet?
I would imagine to be 25-year bonds.
25 years?
I would believe so, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Board.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
So I appreciate everyone being patient and indulging us this time. These are obviously very important matters. There's a lot that's going into it. Just as a point of information, the information that's being provided is the best information that everyone has collectively at this time. They will be receiving continuous updates. Numbers will continue to come in. I know that there'll be several meetings internally with the appropriate parties to try and get the best information available for the town meeting that will be forthcoming. So I'll move on to our next appointment, which is with Jamie McGaldy, our Public Works Director, Paula Looney, our Town Engineer, Robert Nicoli, our PE with TEC, and that is with reference to the status of the Route 62 culvert project at Lebbers Brook. Good evening. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you gentlemen waiting so patiently till this agenda item has come up. And as they're queuing up, just so people know, there's some water here to the front. If any member of the board needs to take a brief moment to grab some water over here, feel free. I know it's extremely warm here.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we start, I'd like to congratulate someone on their wedding.
Thank you very much.
Wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Paula Looney, Town Engineer. I'm here along with Jamie McGaldy, Director of Public Works, and Bob Nicolai, Structural Engineer with TEC, to give the board an update on the culvert replacement project. What I plan to do tonight is give you a status of the project, talk about the road closure, and then discuss with the board a schedule modification that would extend the roadway, the full roadway closure of Route 62, but reduce the overall project duration and get things back to normal as soon as possible. So I'll briefly talk through the current status of the project and then dive right into the details of the schedule modification.
Sure, Paul, before doing that, do you think you can just pull the mic a little bit closer to you because just so that people can hear? Great.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So first and foremost, the project is running relatively smoothly to this point. We've had a couple items come up late last week, but we've managed to hit all major milestones to this part that we set out to hit, with the exception, I think, of just one. And tomorrow morning, if all goes well, we should get right back on track. Some of those major tasks include, we of course set up the detour and traffic controls. We've done some signal timing adjustments along the detour route to optimize our operations through the detour as best as possible. We've installed the utility support system in the work zone. We've installed the cofferdam, which is for the stream bypass system to literally pump the upstream side to the downstream side and keep the work zone dry. We have assembled the culvert sections. Those you can see right alongside of the dry cleaner now, those large arch pipe sections. We've removed all of the existing roadway infrastructure, and that allowed us to then set up our dewatering system in the work zone so we could install the sewer that's within the in the culvert section area, and also install the foundations for the footings forms for the culvert itself. So that's what's all been done over the last 3 weeks. Here are some pictures, they're weekly pictures. This is looking northeasterly. If you're like heading towards 93, Eli's is on the right, the dry cleaners is on the left. This is the setup of the stream bypass system. This is after the roadway was excavated and removed in that area and the old culvert removed, which we were very fortunate. That culvert was pretty much a spine with ribs. The culvert was essentially rusted away and deteriorated. We were definitely on borrowed time. So very fortunate we acted when we did. But as you can see in this photo, the water is starting to build up in the work zone. And in this photo, this is from last Thursday. This is the, with the dewatering system working, we were able to have the footings installed and the sewer installed. So our next steps here to reopen the roadway. We're going to be working with Verizon. That's one of those little items that came up late last week to lift the cables across the duct bank and make sure we have enough room of our culvert section to get it under. We're going to pour the concrete for the footings, allow that time to cure, place the arch culvert from up above, place it, put it into place, and secure that those sections together. Set the concrete forms and the reinforcement for the head walls, pour the concrete head walls, and while the head walls are curing, there's some work to do with the stream restoration, some drainage infrastructure, and once the head walls have met cure time, they'll be able to backfill the roadway and prepare the base section to pave the roadway. And that'll get us to back to 2 lanes of traffic open. Now, if you recall, probably back in end of April when we last met with you, we had a schedule that included a 30-day full closure followed by a 42-day single lane of operation for a project duration of approximately 72 days. Over the last month or so, gotten concerns and feedback from police chief, fire chief, members of Director of Public Works, and really the growing concern was congestion through the corridor during that 42-day single lane period and how those lights would function with that traffic. And then keeping in mind too that the contractor is working during this time, so the likelihood for frequent, I'll call them spontaneous closures of the roadway were probable. And that has an effect on it. Select Board Member Kyra brought it up the last time. We want to obviously avoid queuing over the railroad tracks, having the corridor available for our public safety officials. And also we're keeping an eye on too the start of the school year, which is obviously an uptick in traffic, and a lot of residents rely on our roadway network for obvious reasons, for commuting purposes and staying on schedule. So what we asked the contractor 3 weeks ago to provide us with a schedule that hones in on just get the roadway back open to normal conditions, and let's put aside the work that would be needed to temporarily get the single lane roadway up with the temporary lights. So if you recall the original schedule, I have it on this slide, starting at 7/18. If you project out those 72 days, the targeted return to normal 2-lane traffic would be the end of September. The contractor came back and said, okay, if we forego all this temporary work, we have a return to normal 2-lane traffic at the end of August. And after I presented that information to police, fire, school, Director of Public Works, the consensus was that that would be to the overall benefit of the community if we exercise that option. The reasons are all obvious. They just negate all the things I said were the problem, right? You get 2 lanes of traffic open as before the first day of school. So our targeted date is August 30th. First day of school, I believe, is August 31st. It would expedite the return to normal public safety first responder operations through the corridor. You'd have a reduction, of course, in the congestion, but also, too, there's a reduction in the scope of work that the contractor's performing. So there's the project duration shrinks, so our costs have a potential for shrinking too, and we can offset some of those hiccups I had mentioned before, which have some cost implications. So we have some savings there now to our credits, so to speak. It balances our budget a little better and puts us in, I think, a much better position. As far as notifications, what I'd propose is that we target as soon as possible the local businesses in that area that were impacted obviously the most with this roadway closure, and I've been talking to them. They've been very responsive and patient through this whole thing. We can't thank them enough. I think as far as the general public, we'll just continue to update our social media accounts, our website, and keep the general public advised that way as far as the schedule is concerned, and of course take advisement from the board. As I said, Jamie and Bob are here as well to answer any questions. Thank you all for your time and patience as we work through this.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that detailed presentation. I've been speaking with the manager pretty much daily. You hit on all of the major highlights. I had also spoken with the manager regarding some traffic concerns. I had received some complaints. Immediate action was taken. I understand that TEC has gone out on a number of occasions to look at the signaling, understanding that things will need to be adjusted again as volume increases. Jamie gave me a very detailed explanation that I was able to share portions of that. So the responsiveness and the attention to detail on the part of all of you and your collective team and public safety and the manager has been outstanding. Obviously, this is an inconvenience to everyone. It's an inconvenience to our own workers trying to navigate around the community. Nobody is enjoying this, but I do believe that if you were going to have a hard closure, it's going as well as can be expected, and that everyone that's involved, that it has an integral role, is open and receptive to feedback, for better or for worse, and is trying to improve this. Obviously, my biggest concern, are the residents in that area that are impacted, as well as the businesses, and then also being cognizant of the back to school piece. I believe that you've hit on all of those points. Additionally, the communication out to the public, I think, is paramount, and I know you spoke to that as well. So those are the things that are, of concern. Obviously, our public safety and having our fire response time, whether it's an emergency or medical or a fire or anything that would require the deployment of our fire services, that seems to be working out well. So I think it makes sense what you're proposing. I do have concern on the business end of things. That's the one thing that is of concern. I have heard from some businesses that they are feeling the concern. I want to be clear. I think it bears repeating that the 70+ days was the original proposal, that this hard closure, this full closure, brings the whole project timeline to be reduced about a month in time. So I just want to be clear, because I think there's been some, not miscommunication on the part of us, but maybe the interpretation on the public side that it was only a 30-day. And it was 30-day for the hard closure with the single lane traffic for the additional days. But by doing the full hard closure for the duration of the project, you would achieve completion much sooner than you otherwise would have. So I think that bears repeating as many times as possible, that is an improvement. In addition, not that we cater all of our comments to social media, but that is what's out there. And there's been a lot of criticism that I think is unfounded in terms of why couldn't this just be done in a weekend, or why, my wife is part of this project and it was done in a weekend. This is not a simplistic, simple project, and the trajectory in the lineup and understanding how concrete has to cure, and it takes so much time for that to. I've learned more than I ever thought I could ever possibly know about this, and I'm still a layperson that doesn't know what she's talking about. I believe in my heart of hearts, if the town could complete this sooner, it would be done. You know, we've never spared expense at the sake of burdening our residents unnecessarily just because. So if you could take a moment just to explain that the time that you're asking for is truly time that's necessary.
Yes, absolutely necessary. You'd say as far as the contractor is concerned, they are dialed in. They have been outstanding to this point. You know, they had some contingency. Of course, with anything, you build contingency into whether it's budget or scheduling. And I've never been part of a construction project that goes perfect. It's when you peel items back, you come up with things start to reveal themselves, and you have to think through them, think through a solution. Very confident, though, in our team. They're extremely dedicated, and responsive is an understatement. I've been on the phone with Bob at 9 o'clock at night thinking through some of these hiccups that have occurred to make sure that things just stay on schedule. So we're all ships on hand, all hands on deck. I mean, and to speak to the time it takes, yes, just like demolition alone of these massive head walls and the roadway the roadway infrastructure that was in place, cutting and capping a high pressure gas main, our water transmission line. These don't just happen in a day. They take an effort to not only coordinate these shutdowns, but they span days, plural, worth of work before you can sequentially get in there and with an excavator and rip through it, expeditiously. So there's a level of responsibility and care that you have to take when you're dealing with this public infrastructure. It's not just like in my backyard and installing a patio or a paver system. It's important and critical public infrastructure. There's also a Verizon duct bank that spans just under the sidewalk that spans the culvert. You have cure time for the concrete in the footings before you can place the culvert on those footings, before you can load it, and then the cure time of the head walls before you can actually backfill and to support the roadway. So I think the fluff has all been cut out of the schedule at this point, and it's an aggressive schedule to get to the 30th. I'm not going to be disingenuous with you. I'm optimistic, but cautiously optimistic. I do want to point out too, that just to clarify, the 42 days will get us to 2 lanes of traffic open. At that point, the contractor will still have some work to do along the shoulders. There'll be work to reconnect our water line, work to reconnect the gas line. There'll be work to rerun the Verizon duct bank, to install this sidewalk, and to do some stream and bank restoration and wetland replication, where we don't expect full closure of the roadway, but you'll have intermittent frustration, I think, with some delays that you'll experience, and then of course just final paving. There'll be some delays too beyond that 42 days, but at least for the most part, 2 lanes of traffic will be open.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from fellow board members? I'll start to my right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gentlemen, thank you very much for this update. Appreciate you being here. Paul, my hearty congratulations to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate all the work that you and your team are doing. Appreciate the patience of our residents and businesses. And as hot as it is in this room tonight, I can't imagine what it's like working out on this project, which seems to have been a heat wave the entire time. So I'll keep that in mind as I'm sweating through this suit. So thank you very much for the update, and I appreciate all your hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I too want to thank you for the work, the care, the persistence, what you're doing over there for the town. How about just one quick question? Hopefully, we're going to be getting some rain over the next few days. I don't know, thunder showers or whatever. How is that going to affect the project? Will that extend out a bit, that 42 days, which I'm sure is overall is fine because you're trying to condense it all and get it done quickly and safely.
Sure. Thank you, Selectman Carrot. You're absolutely right. It's a construction project, right? So there's target points that we want to hit. We don't know what's going to happen day to day. The forecast is calling for some thunderstorms tomorrow, and especially Wednesday. I heard potentially a flash flooding threat, and that typically happens with a drought. The ground gets very hard, and so when it does rain heavy, we have a lot more runoff than we typically would if the ground were soft. Contractor has a great dewatering system set up. You'd be surprised, even though we haven't had a lot of rain, the groundwater level is reasonably high still, a lot higher than I expected it to be. So he's been actively dewatering, and he's fully set up and ready and capable to handle any sort of moderate downpour that we get. And we know that those are going to be fleeting. So will we be delayed a day or two? It's possible. We don't want to sit here and say that we're definitely going to hit that target no matter what happens. But we just don't know what's going to happen.
Thank you. Anything to my left?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the update. I just want to say thank you for all the efforts from, as a direct resident being impacted by this. The communication's been good. When we had, kind of the hiccups with the traffic in the beginning, you guys were on it immediately. So the only good thing about it for me is it's never been easier to get out of North Street. So, but outside of that, yeah, it is an inconvenience and all that. We have to go kind of around, but you know what? It's for the better, and I think it's great that you're kind of skipping the one lane thing, because I personally was concerned with not just getting out of the street, but just of traffic, the railroad tracks and all that stuff. So I think this was a great move, but I appreciate all the efforts. It's been great. The communication's been top notch.
Yes, Jamie.
Thank you. And on that point, we do believe that foregoing that 42-day single lane with the option of going the full 42-day full closure is in the best interest, because that shock factor, like you said, is kind of already worn off a little bit.
Yeah.
It is an inconvenience. We get it. Paul and I sit in traffic multiple times a day, but it does move. It's just not as efficient as we're typically used to.
Yeah.
We closed down Route 62.
Yeah.
And we kind of expected that. But also the safety of the contractor. He'd much rather finish up with a full closure with not having the worry of a car right behind him as he's trying to work. It's very important. So I appreciate the cooperation of the public, but we do feel this is best.
Thank you. Valid point on that. Thank you.
I want to congratulate everyone involved, but all the town departments that are involved with this. You were organized, you were professional about it. Yeah, it's an inconvenience, but anytime you do anything on a roadway, it's an inconvenience. So it takes you an extra 2-3 minutes to get around. It's just not only repairing, but it's also a public safety issue in the long run. God forbid that ever caved in or anything. And from what I've been hearing, it was in real rough shape. But I can still get my steak tips, so I'm happy. And I just want to thank you all, because the way you've organized this is phenomenal. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions that are in the audience? Yes, sir. If you can please rise. Once again, state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Speaking, Madam Chair, as a member of the Board of Water and Sewer Commission. And I think you heard a good description of what's involved in this project. This is a complicated project. Many utilities have to be relocated. You have to deal with public safety. You've got Mother Nature. You've got to restore the brook. But one important thing that Paul said, and the public should remember, that culvert could have had a catastrophic failure a month from now, 6 months from now, we would have been in a real problem. They took a proactive approach. Is there a little bit of inconvenience? Sure. But it could have been a hell of a lot worse. So I think they've done a great job, and the schedule is what it is. Dealing with what they're dealing with, I think they've done a great job.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you. That sounds like a wonderful way to end it, unless you have anything else that you'd like to say.
I certainly would just like to add one more thing. The DPW just recently launched its own Twitter page, finally.
Thank you.
So any member of the public that has questions about updates to that project can certainly check our website, but we'll be posting Twitter updates as well regularly.
Great.
We'll be posting one likely tomorrow with a link that goes back to the main information, which is always located on our website. And of course, if any member of the public also needs to reach out to either Paul or myself, they're more than welcome to do that. Would much rather give them facts over the phone than have them interpret something incorrectly over social media.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, sorry, can I just add one comment?
Yes.
I just want to say, to the businesses being affected, I encouraged, I think this community is great with supporting small businesses like Eli's and K&M. I just encourage you more to go around and make that extra effort to get to them, because they're still in business, and I'm sure they've been impacted. So I just encourage everybody that frequents them to continue to do so, and maybe even more so to help them out during this time.
Thank you. And just as a close, just to incorporate a little personal element to things, I know the night's gone long, but as was mentioned casually amongst board members, Mr. Looney just had the pleasure of marrying his bride just recently, so we'd like to offer you this card for congratulations on behalf of the board.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to our next scheduled appointment. Thank you to everyone that is still here, as I know this agenda is quite packed. We'd like to invite Lee Dorr, AIA Principal, and Donald Walters, AIA Principal for Dorr and Whittier, with reference to the evaluation of options for accommodating students and staff from the Wildwood Early Childhood Center in advance of potential construction of a new school. And I'd like to turn it over to the manager to set the stage here.
So, Madam Chair, as the agenda notes, the representatives from Dorr and Whittier will provide some information about the options that we've been considering. First, though, to introduce the process, I'd like to recognize Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Glenn Brand, who will provide some introductory comments, provide some history about how we got here, and then turn it over to our consultants.
Good evening, Dr. Brand. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the board. It's a long night for all of you, but we do appreciate your time. Members of the Finance Committee, thank you to members of the School Committee who are here, and those members of the community that are watching. I know that there's a lot of very important information and projects before you as a community, and I would like to suggest this is also one of them. And the effort tonight will be to try and provide a framework, if you will, for what this project is all about. And I think continuously, and it's understandable that folks at home or viewing may sort of commingle the two projects, Wildwood as a participant in the MSBA project, but that this project tonight is separate from that, and the effort here will be to try and provide that understanding, that clarity, if you will. So I'm going to start off, as Mr. Hull said, with just some brief background, context setting, if you will, for what this study is all about. And then I'll turn it over to the gentleman to my right, your left, from Dorr and Whittier, who will then get into really the heart of his presentation this evening. During the 2019-20 school year, I know that feels like some time ago indeed, but it became clear to many, myself included, that the Wildwood Early Childhood Center was really on borrowed time, for lack of any better term or phrase. And that was defined by growing concerns by many of the overall state of the Wildwood facility. Concerns were extensive, and as noted on this slide, included certainly were not limited to, but included the overall lifespan expectancy of major mechanical systems, disruptions with system failures, concerns about the aging interior finishes and their overall condition. It's certainly worthy to note, and I know that many in the community are aware of this, but some may not be, that the Wildwood is the oldest operating school facility in the district and in the town, constructed in 1955, and is really at the end of its useful life to continue to support teaching and learning. This project, referred to throughout this evening really as a study, is sort of framed in the following ways. As part of the fiscal year 2021 budget process, the school department, through my office and ultimately the school committee, advanced a capital project item. And that was to enlist the services of a third party to help us identify alternative plans for the Wildwood in the event that the school would need to close. That recommendation was included, as mentioned, as part of the fiscal year 21 budget, ultimately approved by the school committee, the finance committee, and in turn passed at town meeting in the spring of 2020. Unfortunately, this was a byproduct of getting wrapped up into COVID in terms of it not advancing or moving forward, but we are here this evening to provide an update on the work that has commenced, and in mid-April of 2022 we started this project. This is an excerpt from the request for qualifications, or as we refer to it as the RFQ. I certainly won't go through it here, but it's here that really highlighted the RFQ that was put out there to seek our assistance, and helped to in turn to identify possibilities and options for the town of Wilmington, the school system. The objectives that are really undergirding this project include a number of them, and starting off with what would be involved in a modest renovation to the Wildwood School. What would the addition of modular classrooms look like to the Wildwood School as a standalone option, including the evaluation of leasing private space for Wildwood programs and services, and also, last but certainly not least, evaluating other local schools to determine the viability and the cost benefit of incorporating the student population, the programs, services, and staff from the Wildwood into those other facilities. I think it's certainly important to note that the Wildwood right now is closed and is not going to reopen for school programming this school year during the 2022-23 school year. The oil leak that certainly many are aware of that occurred last spring led to a very significant situation that ultimately prompted us to close the school for teaching and learning, and I'm glad we did that. The extent of that work was significant and most certainly would have been a very significant disruption to teaching and learning in that facility. We vacated, as many know, the school, and we subdivided that population of students and staff into 3 different locations. And for those that might be wondering why 3, trust me when I say that if we could have relocated them to one other school facility, we would have. There simply is not the space in the other 7 schools to do so. We utilized a number of different facilities that included the high school, the Shaw Sheen, and the Woodward Street School. Those were decisions that had to be made rather quickly, and based upon an analysis, we identified our ability to move into those spaces. After living in those circumstances for a number of weeks, we made some revisions to that plan, and going forward for this school year, the intent is to open the west with a component of the population from the Wildwood. The Shaw Sheen will continue to serve as a host school for Wildwood programs, as will the Woburn Street. And this slide here in the packet outlines a little bit greater detail of what that breakdown of those classes look like. And I think it's worthy to note that we're talking about a total of 12 classrooms currently that are assigned, if you will, or which the Wildwood needs to support. Lastly, just before I turn it over to Doran Whittier, the near future planning for the Wildwood School. I think that this, to me, as a superintendent of schools, really wraps up, I think, where we are at as a community right now. It has been mentioned a number of times here this evening, and as many are aware, we are in the pipeline as a partner, a community partner with the MSBA, which is a terrific thing. The Wilmington High School is a product of that partnership and the great support that this town certainly took to partner with a wonderful facility that has resulted in the high school. It is still going to be 5 to 7 years away, though, before a new facility can be brought online, whether that's a renovated Wildwood School or a brand new school. And it certainly is important to note that although it's possible to return to the Wildwood School following the oil cleanup, it's really not believed to be in the best interests of our students to do so or of our staff to do so, given the fact, as mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that all of the original concerns remain. And while the current temporary locations, as I briefly shared for the 2022-23 school year, are indeed manageable, I think that I would use that term and stress that term, they're manageable. They certainly can't support our operations in those 3 disparate or separate locations for the next 5 to 7 years. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lee Dorr, Donald Walters.
We just have to get our presentation queued up. But, thank you. In terms of introductions, I am Don Walter, Dorr and Whittier. With me tonight is Lee Dorr, and you've seen a name on your screen up here all night. It's Ronnie Phillips. She's part of our team who's tapped in remotely this evening. Terrific, thank you. So Glenn did a great job of introducing the project, so I'll skim over that for the most part. There's a lot of detail in this presentation, but in the interest of time and knowing that we are really in the middle of the study, we want to give you an overview of where we are and give you a sense of where we're going from here. So here's an agenda about our purpose, the scope, the building capacity analysis, which is very important. Lee will talk about the options and talk about how we're going to get to the selection of the short list and the next steps. So again, as Glenn mentioned, the oil tank was the pushing point where the students were moved out. Students are now at 3 schools throughout the district. Part of what we're doing is we're looking for the most educationally appropriate, age-appropriate space as best we can within the district. And this whole idea of being 5 to 7 year solution is important. While it's temporary, it's still 5 to 7 years, so you can imagine pre-K and kindergarten students coming along. There's a lot of those students that would be going through whatever this temporary solution is. And the MSBA process is very important. That'll be happening in parallel. So this is broken into 2 phases, the study that we're doing. The phase 1 work, which we're in the middle of now, we've gone through the Wildwood and other school buildings within the district as architects and with our engineers to do existing conditions analysis on those buildings. We've also met with the school department and leadership there and done program analysis to get a sense of what maybe beyond is being offered at Wildwood School would be needed looking forward for this temporary solution. We've also looked at the future enrollment projections and capacities. We need to take that into consideration. Right now we're at 158 students. We're projecting maybe be 170, so we want to make sure we have enough seats for the students. The development of options, which we'll talk about tonight, we have developed 16 different planning options that have been shortlisted to 8. We'll talk about how we went through and did that. And then moving forward, what we'll be doing is we'll be looking at costs, which will help us determine a preferred option. And then, like this meeting, we'll be presenting to the public. So that second phase will be the more detailed work, which will take the preferred option and develop that further, working with the community, working with the town, determining the the funding mechanism for this particular project. And of the options we're looking at renovations, we're looking at potential modular options, bringing in modular classrooms for a particular site. We're looking at privately held land or buildings where there may be some rent or lease opportunities. So all that's being taken into consideration. So when you look at a schedule here, it's really not narrowed down, but it could be anywhere from a 3 to 4 month design process and 5 to 7 month construction duration. So a quick map of the schools and where they're located, and put this up here because you can see Wildwood and Woburn and North Intermediate are kind of the northeast, north and eastern part of the community, whereas on the west side we have Botwell, Shawsheen, and West, and in both of those districts, we'll call them, handle the pre-K through grade 5 population. So in terms of the current building capacity analysis, what we've done, and these are very broad, what we've done is we've taken the size, square footage of the existing buildings, we've looked at the number of students in the existing buildings, and we've compared that to what would the MSBA standards or guidelines be, and how might these existing schools meet those guidelines. We're not necessarily talking about available classroom space or the size of a cafeteria or the size of a library or art and music spaces. We're just talking about gross square footage here. So if you have a building, an existing building that has a lot of circulation space, say, you may have a larger gross square footage, but it may not be meeting some of your educational needs. So that's important to point out. But that being said, you can see on the chart when you look at Wildwood compared to Botwell, green is good. Green means there's potentially some existing square footage available for growth within it. Red is not so good. It means that you're either at or you may be over capacity a little bit, or perhaps some of your classroom sizes, classroom spaces are undersized, which causes the building to check out as being undersized. So that's what you see for Wildwood and Botwell. For Woburn Street and Shawsheen, they both check out as being undersized. On the flip side, North and West come out as looking like they have capacity. Same thing with the middle school and the high school. So in all cases, I mentioned this early on, we're trying to find space that's educationally and age appropriate. So just maybe taking space within the high school may or may not work, because it may not be appropriate for the youngsters, the pre-K and K students, but it also may impact the high school program. So all that is being taken into consideration as we do this study. And then in terms of the options that we've reviewed, you can see that there are 16 of them, and I will not go into the detail, but it essentially ranges from, although chances are we won't go here, we need to look at what the cost of renovating Wildwood would be to bring students back in there, if nothing else, to be a marker to compare to everything else. So we'll be looking at renovations of Wildwood and other schools that may have space available. We'll be looking at what it might take to put modular classrooms on an existing school site to see if there's fit for something like that. And as I mentioned, we've also looked at other space in town that may or may not be available for lease. So we went through those 16 options with the leadership group, and we looked at this criteria in terms of enough space being on the site. Can the core academic spaces, your cafeteria, your gym, your library, your art, music, some of your specialists, could they accommodate an increased population within the school? Is it education and age appropriate? Does it work, as I mentioned, in terms of the building layout, the house program in the middle school, and how you might integrate a pre-K and K population could be very challenging, and same thing as I mentioned with the high school. Building transitions, we already know there are a number of building transitions in the district. We have 4 transitions from pre-K to high school. Educationally, you want to try to minimize those transitions, give students a chance to be in a school for a number of years. So we really want to try not to increase where you are now, but you'll see some of those options are doing that. And then, you know, we looked at possibly consolidating the entire pre-K or K population together and how that may work. And then lastly, this idea of reduce or minimize overcrowding by making use of the existing space, and how might that work. So the short list is what you see here. The 8 options are to potentially renovate Wildwood, better accommodate temporary moves at Woburn, Shawsheen, and West, which we're going to be doing this year. Partially renovate Wildwood and bring modular classrooms out there. So in Wildwood, we just be looking at the core spaces. Your call it a cafegimatorium, right? It's a triple threat space, and some of the other core spaces. The private site, or a private site, which is yet to be fully realized, that's still on the list. And then the next 4 are looking at some different grade reconfigurations. And what I'm going to do is turn it over to Lee now to, again, try to give an overview. There's a lot of detail, but try to give you an overview, give you a sense of those options that we're looking at.
This one's work. Thanks. To look at the options and keep this kind of at a high level, the first option of the shortlisted options was to go back into the Wildwood School as option 1. And as you can see by the kind of the temperature chart here, the school is about the right size. And I just wanted to point out, note this has MSBA guidelines. Those are today's educational standards, and obviously a building from 1955 wouldn't be expected to be hitting today's guidelines. So even with that being said, that building is actually pretty close to size where it should be to today's guidelines, but as Glenn had mentioned, it's well past its useful life, and having gone through that building, you know, all of the major infrastructure systems, all of the finishes, everything needs work. So this is really a benchmarking option to say, if we were to go back, you know, what is our starting position to be able to go back into Wildwood that's had an extended life for the next 50 years. The next option is to basically keep the status quo that you are moving into with this year, but to better accommodate that. As you can imagine, if you're splitting that existing Wildwood population up between many buildings, you're also splitting up administration, you're also splitting up some of the specialists that work there, not operationally efficient and probably not the best educational outcomes. But we're looking to try and improve that over the next 5 to 7 years, you know, before that MSBA project goes online. So in this option, we're trying to add space. And that's probably, you know, one of the things that you've seen is the schools that we've elected to move students in temporarily are also 2 of the buildings that are, you know, currently undersized to MSBA regulations. So that's putting extra pressure there. So this option would explore looking at adding some modular classrooms and being able to locate those close to the site and in a secure environment, and be able to provide the additional space required to house those students at that school with specialists, with administration there to make this next 5 to 7 years better. And as you can see, we're looking at adding approximately 19,000 square feet at Woburn School and another 10,000 square feet at Shawsheen, and those would be in temporary classrooms. We don't need to necessarily add a lot of space to West, but it's something that we need to look at closer, because as everyone has mentioned, it's not so much the gross square footage, it's what is in the individual spaces. So you may not have the adequate number of classrooms. It may be looking green there because we have a special education classroom that may have 5 or 6 students in it versus a normal educational classroom that may have 18 to 20 students in. So we have to get a better fit on the individual spaces. What this looks like conceptually is adding 3 modulars at Woburn. We've identified some locations on the site where that could happen to be able to have students transition from the existing building into those and try and keep grade levels adjacent to each other so it's more feels like an appropriate elementary school environment. At Shawsheen, we would have to do the same thing, potentially up to 4 modular classrooms added at that space, and be able to keep site circulation open and parking for staff and the added people that we're adding to the site. And as I mentioned at West, we still got to do a little bit more digging to understand exactly how they're utilizing the classroom spaces there now to find out how many modulars we might need in an option like this. But it could be anticipated up to 5 modulars for that. The next option that is still on the short list is option 5, which is a better way to look at Wildwood, the existing school, and some of the problems that are there. So this really saves that red shaded part on the overall aerial image is really the cafeteria, the gymnasium, and the administration area. And that would look to do some renovations isolated to those specific areas and take the classroom wings offline and add modular classrooms. And this is really kind of a cost-benefit analysis of what it would take to renovate those classrooms versus bringing in temporary space, knowing that we're not trying to spend a lot of money until we ultimately get to a MSBA project or that they're participating in financially. So we're going to price this one out. Option 8 is, as we mentioned, looking at private sites, and I won't go through the whole list here, but these have been private commercial properties or light industrial properties that we are looking at. We're looking at these properties to see if they would fit the bill, and ideally we're looking for something in the range of 30,000 square feet. We're following MSBA regulations. Knowing this is a temporary solution, we're trying to find a building that's somewhere between 18 and 20,000 square feet that wouldn't necessarily have those core areas. It wouldn't have a gymnasium, it wouldn't have a cafeteria, but it could house classroom space, administrative space, and we try and find some workarounds. And again, this is a cost exercise to be able to find out what's available in town. So we're following through on those. Right now it doesn't look so promising as far as what's available and matched up to what we're looking for needs, but it's something we're exploring. This next series of options really starts looking at not only adding temporary space in a couple of schools where we locate the Wildwood population to, but it's also looking at potential grade configurations. And in that opening slide where we saw all the schools lined up together, where we saw there was a few that are overcrowded, there's a few that right now have excess capacity, we're looking at trying to provide a better match to adding students to where you guys already have space with your schools in town. So option 10 is reconfiguration of some grades on the north stream at the elementary school only. And that would be looking at adding temporary spaces at Woburn and also at North Intermediate. And those are representative of about 17,000 square feet at Woburn or about 9,000 square feet at the North School. And again, conceptually, that's what this would look like. Part of that shortlisting process is some of these buildings are conducive to adding some modular classrooms. Others, the sites just can't take it just because of the topography. There's not enough room for parking or circulation. So we've kind of narrowed this list down to schools that have the potential to be able to add temporary space. In option 10, it's a potential of up to 8 modulars required at Woburn and another 8 at North. So 16 classrooms in total. And some of those classrooms, again, aren't just for general purpose classrooms, but it's from some of the specialist spaces as well. Option 11 is another grade configuration move, and this is mostly at the elementary level where we would have the Boutwell School become all pre-K for the districts. And over in Woburn and Shawsheen, we would change that to grades K to 2. And we would have to provide some extra space at those 2 facilities to be able to accommodate the school populations. This would be grades 3 to 4 now at North and West, and the middle school would be grades 5 through 8. So we're moving the 5th grade up at the middle school level to try and take up some of the excess space there. So that's grades 5, 6, 7, and 8 at the middle school. One problem is that middle school was designed for 3 grades and 3 houses. So how we would actually kind of shoehorn this type of program into that is something that we would have to figure out, and that's what we're studying right now. option 12 is a little bit bigger grade configuration to try and balance out your existing school inventory with the population projections. And this option makes Beltwell, again, the district-wide pre-K program. Woburn and Shawsheen become grades K to 2, and they would require some temporary space to be able to support that. North and West become grades 3 to 4, and we move the 5th grade up to the middle school, but in this instance, we're actually also moving the 8th grade up to the high school to take up some of that excess space. So this is moves kind of all along at the district level, but again, is trying to right-size student populations with existing buildings and minimize new construction square footage. The next one looking at this is option 16, and again, this is grade reconfiguration, and as you can see, there's only one of the buildings now in red when we're trying to spread it out this way. Outwell, again, district-wide pre-K. Woburn and Shawsheen become K1, West and North 2 to 4. There are some minor modifications needed at North to be able to accommodate that population. And then grades 5, 6, and 7 at the middle, and 8, 9, and 12, 8 through 12 at the high school. And this is what that would require, again, looking at the modulars needed at the North Intermediate site. So those are the options that are on the table right now. We're looking to wrap up our work within the next month to come up with a recommendation to be able to come back publicly and say, these are the options we looked at. We think this might be the best fit, and have a discussion about that. So right now, we're currently working with the administration to kind of truth test these options with what's happening on the ground, how they're actually dealing with special education in this current configuration while we've got Wildwood in 3 different schools, how we're dealing with administration, what the impact is to those existing schools when we move this population there, and making sure we're adding and accounting for the types of spaces that we need in this interim solution. We'll have cost estimates prepared for all of this, and to come up with that preferred option, and then present this information back to you guys at that time to make some decisions to move forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So obviously, there's a lot that goes into this. I want to be respectful of our superintendent being here and understanding that having this conversation with the Board of Selectmen does not have the jurisdictional purview, if you will, for the school environment, how the operations of the schools are done. It's in the good hands of Dr. Brand, as well as our school committee that is elected to oversee school endeavors. For the public, most people are aware of this, but just for the record and stating, the town manages the building and the actual physical envelope and all of the infrastructure in terms of buildings and the operations of making sure that it has heat and a safe roof and all the things that you can imagine that are part of our capital improvement. So I know that may seem like an obvious point. Having said that, I want to be respectful of the work that you're doing and understanding that the school committee may have their opinion, as well as Dr. Brand, our finance committee, George Hooper as our superintendent of public buildings. I would like to open it up to the board just to offer any sort of questions and comments, if that's okay. Certainly any school committee members or anyone else in the audience will have an opportunity to speak. I would like to just acknowledge that our school committee chair is on via Zoom and has been on, Jen Bryson, for the entire evening. So I'd like to just recognize her as well. In looking at this, just kind of bullet point my thoughts is that it's my understanding that there's been some major concerns at the Wildwood. The staff has had major concerns. There have been major concerns there. I am concerned about spending money to renovate it, that it's still not going to be acceptable for the parties that work there, and that regardless of what we do, it's just not going to pass the audition, so to speak. So I have concerns about number 1. In terms of any sort of partial renovation, option number 5, I just see the Wildwood as not being an option. That's my opinion. In terms of the modular piece, I'm very concerned about that piece as well, just from the expense. I trust that you're getting opinions from the actual teachers that are actually instructing special ed students or general students and the like, to know how these types of infrastructure changes with modulars will impact their ability to instruct and teach. And then obviously from police and fire, we just had a joint safety meeting with our police department, with our school resource officers, with public buildings, with the Board of Selectmen, members of the school committee, to discuss safety. And my biggest concern with world and national affairs, that this makes, you know, our student population and staff vulnerable and less secure. So I have major concerns about that. And I'm also very cognizant of the transitions, not to make it about me, but I went to, you know, pre-K at one school, I went to K at one school, I went to 1st and 2nd at another school, I went to 3 and 4 at another school, I went to 5 and 6 at a different school, 7 and 8 at a different school, and 9 through 12 at a different school, and I went to Wilmington Public Schools K through 12. So that's a lot of transitions, so I'm mindful of that. I think I turned out okay, that's debatable, but here. That being said, I am cognizant of that, but I'm also looking at the utilization of all of the buildings and how some are kind of busting at the seams where others are in the 70 percentile, while also understanding that it may not be age appropriate to necessarily have different populations coexisting in the same physical building. But I would say that the overall comment is that we have net space available. I'd also be interested in the calculations. I know that Wilmington Public Schools has prided itself in having a very low average class size. And I'm a former teacher, taught, you know, at a city school not in Wilmington, but, you know, north of here, where my student count could have been anywhere from 25 to 28 students. I don't see any Wilmington classes of that size. So is there a look at potentially, and I know I'm overstepping with the school committee, so I apologize, but are you looking at average class sizes as part of this to know, can the existing classes maybe take on more students, if you will? And if you're looking at that as well as part of this exercise.
Sure, we are. That is part of the analysis, and currently we're using the school committee's guidelines on the number of students, and it varies depending on the age level that you're in. But we're also very cognizant of understanding that that small bubble, you know, whether it's 20 students or 23 students, you know, and we're saying because there's 23, we're kicking it up and saying you need another modular classroom. We recognize that. So we're looking at it, you know, soft edges on some of these to be able to understand the pros and cons of each. But I think you summed it up pretty well of all of the challenges, you know, that we're looking at on each of these scenarios.
Thank you. And then finally, just from the commercial standpoint of looking at leasing space, I think that's cost prohibitive, but I also have concerns about students of this age being out on major road corridors. God forbid someone ever breached a door and got out on, you know, 38 or a main road. You know, I know, you know, that might be a little bit of an overreach on my part, but just really not a suitable environment, in my opinion, for students to be going to school, especially at the age that they're at. And then just the cost of the fit up and what type of leasing terms we would be getting. I just don't see that as a viable option. So I've taken up a lot of time. I appreciate you listening, but I'll turn it over to my colleagues left and right. I'll turn to my right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I have to strongly disagree with you in that you turned out just all right. I think it turned out far better than just all right. But gentlemen, thank you very much. Dr. Brand, appreciate you guys giving us this first viewing of these options, and I certainly recognize that this will not be an easy decision, however it plays out, and I appreciate our colleagues here from the school committee that have been here all night. Where else would you have rather been? But I appreciate you being here. And I look forward to the opportunity to continue to see this process go along and get feedback from residents and staff and to see what's our best options. But just my initial reaction to all the options is that I do too have concerns about any additional spending at the Wildwood. But again, I'll reserve the opportunity to make further comments in the future, but I appreciate the first viewing here tonight. So thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. I agree with my two colleagues' assessment. I do have concerns with spending more money at the Wildwood, as everybody probably does. I'm not a big fan of the modular concept. If there's a possibility of getting them into the classroom, into the schools, I prefer that. I'm sure everybody would. Have you considered, we have 2 churches in town. They have classrooms in both of those churches. So I would be wondering if that would be a consideration if you're going to go into the private sector at a Walgreens or a Rite Aid that are vacant. The churches already have classrooms, and they have, one has a kitchen, the other one has accommodations to, I believe, to heat food. So that may be an option. I don't know the situation of using a church, but I think that could be a possibility to look at.
Anything else? What's that? Anything to my left?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through your whole presentation, I want to compliment you on what you've been doing, and I want to thank the school committee for working so diligently on this project, on these projects. But during your presentation, you kept on bringing up the Wildwood. Can we finally put the Wildwood to bed? There's no way you're going to rehab that building at a cost that's going to be accountable. I would leave it to our to George Hooper, but I've seen that building, and I'm 70 years old, I'm not going to have any kids in school, but if I was going to have kids in school, I would pull them out of there as fast as you. That school is not going to be able to be rehabilitated at all. Let's be realistic about this, and let's forget about it, and let's start looking at other alternatives we have to have. I would fight against any type of funding to that school. Matter of fact, I was hoping after the last situation that maybe it could get torn down, and then we're done with it. But for you to keep bringing it up, it's not a factor. It's not a factor at all. The school is served its purpose, and now it's time to put it to bed. I would not support anything pertaining to that school anymore. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for being here and for the presentation. I appreciate it. I am not envious of any of you having to deal with this, the school committee, all of you. It's such a heavy lift and such a task, and I'm sorry that the town is dealing with it and all of you are dealing with it. I have a question. Do you feel like we're going to lose students, enrollment while we're figuring this out? Do you think they're going to, I know it's a kind of loaded question, but just wanted to kind of get your feeling on that.
Thank you. Just to clarify, do you think that we may lose students relative to the Wildwood situation?
Yeah, sorry. Yes, just for pre-K and K, do you think people will tend to go elsewhere?
Yeah, it's a great question. I can tell you right now with what our estimates look like, our anticipated enrollment going into this coming year.
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No. And I think that one of the things, I think that if we were talking about returning to the Wildwood without any work being done.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think so. And the comment was made earlier, and very understandably so, about some of our staff. The feedback, the perspective from staff. I have to be honest. I prior to the oil leak, that was a crescendo, if you will, from many families. In fact, more. I'm finishing my 4th year here. More than I had heard in the last few years, and so I think as much as this holds true for staff, it also holds true for many families. I think if there was pressure to return to the Wildwood, things are fine, let's just return there and wait for 5 to 7 years. I think that could be a factor. Hard to know for sure, but I think it could be.
No, of course.
I think that You know, right now, what I do think is the case, and I can't speak for all of the staff, but I certainly, it's my strong sense that while staff want to be together,
Of course.
you know, and that's part of the optioning here or the modeling here. How can we support that? How can we bring that about in some way, shape, or form? I think that they collectively recognize that and many have commented on me, and I can't share that with you that I've surveyed them, but many have commented that they didn't like being separated from their colleagues in 3 locations. They did appreciate the vast improvement in space, the educational spaces that they were in. So, I mean, I would love to be able to try and figure out a solution that can support that. This is not in any way intended to be an exercise in how to figure out how to dissolve the Wildwood and do away with it. It's an important part of our district's history. This is an exercise in trying to figure out a solution to a pretty complex problem. And again, for those that are watching, if we had in a singular location space to accommodate the Wildwood students and staff, we would. But we don't right now, and that's why we've enlisted the folks here to help try and figure out what the best option is for us.
Thank you. And you brought up a great point, which you all have mentioned at some point. And you know, it's obviously about the students, but it's also just as much about the teachers. And I think that does get lost a little bit, you know, when we hear about Wildwoods where, you know, everybody thinks about the kids, where they're going to go. But I mean, the teachers are trying to teach these children. So I just, you know, think it's a good point to be made that the teachers are also, you know, put out, for lack of a better word. So, but thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Would anyone in the audience like to rise and speak on this topic? Good evening. If you can just state your name for us, thank you.
Glenwood Road. Thank you, Madam Chair. In looking at this presentation, I really think, in my own opinion, I can speak for my colleagues, that we really only have 3 viable options to choose from. And I think all of them will have some modular piece to it. But in looking at the packet, number 11, 12, and 16, I think are truly the most viable options to consider. Yes, transitions are an issue. We deal with transitions now, but these can be just temporary until we can rectify the bigger issue of getting a new Wildwood or whatever, however that is driven. I share your concerns for safety. In part of doing this modification of reconfiguration of grades, that would help us in that end, because our majority will be in secured schools and age-appropriate clusters, I guess. And it's just in their educational piece and peer role modeling, it makes sense with, I'm not opposed to any of the 3, but I'd have to crunch on it more, but I think, in my opinion, I just would like each board member to think about those options. Superintendent Brand and Doreen Witter, it's so nice to work with you again after the high school project, but I do think that something of that combination would be most effective for our students, our staff, and probably offer the best teaching environment, considering what's before us now in trying to solve this particular hill. But thank you so much.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair. Melissa Plowman, 153 Main Street. I think my biggest question or concern or comment is, how are we eliciting feedback from staff as they look at those various scenarios and they identify what their needs might be in these kind of split up situations, and what kinds of concerns that they can anticipate? I would really, whoever ends up making this final decision with whatever, choice is chosen, I think we have to make that decision with a lot of significant feedback from the individuals who are going to be affected and really navigating this on a day-to-day basis. So I'd love to just hear more in the future about plans for eliciting that feedback with the staff from the Wildwood.
Thank you for that. Dr. Brand, can you please comment on that? Because I have
Sure.
a similar question as well.
Yeah, I can. Thank you, Ms. Plowman. Thank you, Madam Chair. So there are two presentations that we are toggling back and forth with here tonight. But in the presentation that I started off with, we don't have to go back on the screen, but I do provide a proposed set of recommendations and a timeline. And noted in there is my recommendation to reconvene the Wildwood School Building Committee. That is a committee that is made up of, as it was constructed, representatives from all three governing boards in town, as well as myself, Mr. Ruggiero, and other members. It seems to me like that would be, well, it's not specifically connected to the MSBA project, which is what that committee was and will continue to work on. It seems to me like it would be as good as any entity, if you will, to take whatever short list of options come forward from this study and push through to the next sort of phase of helping us as a community make that decision, including gathering feedback and such. In terms of the timeline that's also noted there, I mean, this I think has to be rather quick. And as in talking to Town Manager Hall, you know, really if there's any proposal that is going to include any sort of fiscal resources necessary, and if there is to be any ability to move that forward, as my understanding goes, November 1st really is a key date related to anything that's thereafter, and you know that far better than I. So this next sort of couple of months is going to be rather intense, but I think what hangs in the balance is obviously the Wildwood and the staff and the students and families, and how quickly we can get to a thoughtful decision that would seem to hold, you know, the best interest for our community. If I may, Madam Chair, just two, well, they're related to some of the comments tonight, and I think it's just maybe worth reminding folks that in our application to the Mass School Building Authority, when we were successfully invited in for the Wildwood, we signaled very, very strongly and clearly that we as a community were very interested in exploring school consolidation. And that school consolidation, not specifically defined, although really more than hinted, but said that we were very interested in exploring a possible consolidation on the north side of town with additional grades. And so this work, did we not know we were going to land here when we were applying for the MSBA, but here we are. This work and the exploration here actually can lend itself quite well. We've had this conversation to some sort of, I'm not sure how to best describe it, some precursive work to where we're going to go with the MSBA project. In other words, this can also be helpful for that. I think that that's important to note. And then the final piece, if I may, just it's come up a couple of times around school modulars, concerns around safety, perhaps an inferior, that word wasn't used, but you know, teaching and learning space. These gentlemen know far better than I when they work on these projects all the time, but if you've not been in contemporary modular classroom space, I would offer to you that a new modular classroom space would, I think, easily be better than most, if not all, of our current elementary classroom spaces in terms of the square footage, in terms of the appropriate lighting, ventilation and such. That's point number one. And point number two is what we are talking about here, should any option include modulars, is not standalone individual trailers, if you will, with individual entry and exits, but bundling them together, you can explain it better than I, with interior corridors that allow for interior access into the school. Arguably speaking, if you were in those modulars, you might not know that you're in anything but a wing of the school. I mean, I don't know if you'd want to expand upon that, but.
Yeah, I think everyone has a vision of, you know, rolling up mobile trailers as a temporary classroom. That's not exactly what we're talking about here. A lot of this new space is modular construction. It's built off-site in a factory, in a controlled environment, and it's specified by the design team and obviously the users what's going to go in that. And so they're highly energy efficient. There's a couple of ways to procure them, either by lease or purchase, and then you can use them for what you need them to and then sell them again. So we're not talking about, you know, the temporary swing space during a school construction project that you've typically seen where we've kind of rolled up trailers and that's where you're living. These are more kind of intermediate permanent space. And as as Dr. Brand said, they're probably better than a lot of the existing elementary school classroom space that you have now.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions by anyone else that's here this evening?
Madam Chair, I would just,
Yes. Go ahead, Gary.
Well, is it safe to say that no matter what we plan on doing now with the schools, we're gonna need some modulars, whether they're permanent or temporary?
I think with the short list of options right now, I think that's in the future of a solution.
Thank you.
Town Manager Hall.
Just two comments. One being with respect to the Wildwood, understanding that the Wildwood has been in a it's a stressed state for some period of time. As I believe it was Mr. Doerr indicated, it is, at least in terms of costing it, worth looking at that just from the perspective of someone at a point in time when we go to a town meeting for funding, it may ask the question, well, did you look at what it would cost to renovate the building to a spot that would accommodate folks? So I think at least it's an exercise that we need to go through. Whether or not that ultimately comes to fruition as the solution or not is clearly another question. The other point I would just make with regard to the timing, Dr. Brand alluded to the deadline. So as I indicated in one of the other presentations, I think it's strongly likely that whatever option is pursued is going to require some amount of funding. And so again, I would expect that'll be capital funding of some sort. And so as the board recalls, Board of Selectmen recalled, during the budget process, we first go through a request for departments to identify capital needs, typically in terms of the calendar. We look to have that information by the beginning of November, and then the operating budget in December. So from a timing perspective, as we develop the budget for fiscal '24, we need to have information associated with any costs that would be attributed to whatever this interim solution is.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we're going to pause for a brief second, just if anyone needs to depart. I know this is concluding. We are getting word that WCTV is not coming through at home. We've lost connection? Maybe we'll just pause for a moment. Okay. Okay. Thank you. This time we're going to call for a brief recess for about 3 to 5 minutes. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
tough to.
I know. At this time, we are going to resume the meeting. And just out of consideration, we would like to take an item on the agenda out of order. And it is a board to consider item, which is board to consider item number 9, which is the request of the Grace Chapel Church to use the town common for a harvest festival on Saturday, October 15th, 2022, from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Is there a representative from the church? How are you? If you'd like to join us here, that would be great. And if you could share your name, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for taking a few minutes out of your very full meeting to consider this proposal. My name is Tom Van Antwerp, and I'm the campus pastor over at Grace Chapel in Wilmington.
Thank you.
So our hope, our desire is to, for about 10 years, we've been having a harvest festival on our property, which involves inflatables, fun games for kids. It's a very family engaged event. Pony rides, food trucks, and so forth. And over the last couple of years, we have been shifting our focus of the event to really bring attention to the needs of foster children, kids in the foster system, and the significant need in Massachusetts and in our communities to help place children in families. We've been working with Cambridge Burlington DCF that is saying to us that, especially through pandemic and in the midst of this time, the number of foster families that they've been able to recruit have diminished significantly, and their need to find families for children who are in crisis is a significant need at this time. So our hope is to bring attention to the need for foster families, to help support families who are fostering, to give a great free day for those families. DCF last year invited all the families in their catchment here in Cambridge, Wilmington, Burlington, and we'd like to do that again. We'd like to bring it a little bit more visibility. So that's our interest in bringing it to the center of town, as well as to offer the town just a fun afternoon from 1 to 4 on October 15th. So that's our hope.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So as was noted, the location for this will not be at the town common, but rather the Swain Green. So anybody on the board like to make a motion to grant this request? And then we'll subject to discussion and then recommendation from the manager. Motion's been made. Do I have a second for discussion?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion over here? Over here? Anything from the manager?
Just to note that there has been a good amount of discussion. We've had our police chief and fire chief, as well as our public works director, review the plans. The board members should have a diagram that shows the proposed layout, traffic entering off of Middlesex, exiting on School. The two requests that were made, and as I understand it, the applicant is prepared to accommodate is to have two detail officers during the event, as well as one detail for the fire. I think the expectation is potentially 500 participants. So otherwise, Public Works is fine, and everything else has been worked out. So certainly there'll be consultation between the church and public safety and Public Works.
Excellent, thank you. So the motion's been made and seconded. Any further discussion? Yes.
It's just a question.
Yes.
Department of Public Health, is there going to be food at the event? Do they need a permit?
Yes, there will be permits through the Public Board of Health. Yes. Yep.
Yep, thank you. So all those in favor of granting the request? Unanimous, thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move back to communications, please.
The next, first item under communications is a repeat from prior meeting, just the proposed schedule for a November town meeting. I'm proposing that it occur on the 19th of November, which is a Saturday, and this will be a board to consider later in the agenda. Next is a town school administration building update. I won't go through it in great detail other than to say it, as has been the case now for some period of time, we've been updating the discussions that have happened at recent building committee meetings. This was the town school admin building. A similar update for the senior center project. Actually, this was intended to address concerns about the administrative space. I just note in here that the space that's being proposed for the senior administration, 1,924 square feet, which is really right in the middle of at least some comparable senior centers that Dietz and Company has been engaged with. Next is information about the warrant for state elections, which will be considered under board to consider. We have an update from a recent Zoom session with the MBTA regarding the safety issues that are ongoing. Attending that session, myself, the State Senator Bruce Tarr, as well as representatives from Keolis and the MBTA. Mr. Muller, who's the point person on this from the MBTA, has indicated that the Federal Transit Administration has still not responded to the request for certain waivers on the construction of a commuter rail platform in North Wilmington. MBTA has submitted information to them, just waiting on that. In response to a request about any further ability to obtain information about the investigation of the January 21st fatality, that is still not being released because of pending claims. And then there was just a summary of the improvements to rail crossings. There haven't been any improvements this most recent round, although they do note that with the installation of AC units in some of these bungalows, that it appears to have had a positive impact on the number of grade crossing issues, and then they go through the particular number of grade crossing issues. Some of them, unfortunately, still happen to be people trying to get through the gates and actually damaging the gates as they're coming down, and then there's a combination of other incidents that are noted. The next item is a communication from actually this is a memo from me with regard to the proposed financing of the building projects. Obviously there was a lot of discussion on that, and a message heard. Next is a memo from Jamie McGaldy, Public Works Director, with regard to the fire department traffic signals. That is a work in progress. We have Green International, who is doing the engineering design on that. It's anticipated that it will take some time. One of the issues that we're going to run into, as with many of these projects, is just the equipment, whether it's the mast arms or the other equipment associated with this. Given the supply chain issues, it's likely that construction would not take place until next construction season. Next we have the communication from Jamie McGaldy with regard to the status of the varsity baseball infield. You recall this was a project that was funded at a recent town meeting. April 20th, a contractor was engaged, RAD Corporation from Rockland, and they have actually completed their work, which involved essentially edging the grass, removing weeds, infield perimeter work, laser laser grading the existing infield for drainage purposes. So all that work has been completed, and it should be in good shape for baseball. We have documentation here, memorandum from Paula Looney with regard to the status of the culvert, which was previously discussed. We have a communication memo from Shelley Newhouse with regard to a regional public health excellence grant that was obtained, $300,000 for 3 years. Burlington, Lexington, and Wilmington are collaborating on this. It's really intended to support ongoing public health services, whether it be clinics or any nursing services. The work plan is still in progress. It's expected that the funding will be made available later this calendar year, but the work plan has not been fully developed yet, and we will apprise the board of the particular services once the plan has been approved. We have correspondence from Tina Stewart, Library Director, with regard to the Welcome to Wilmington reception. This is the first time since October of 2019 that Tina has been able to host this at the library. You'll recall this has been going on for a number of years pre-COVID, really intended to introduce newer residents to the town in terms of some of the offerings that we have. Representatives from town departments, the schools, community groups, and the youth groups are invited to participate. And the date is actually October 17th from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Also, we have correspondence from Tina Stewart with regard to the Cummings Foundation grant and interior redesign of the Wilmington Memorial Library. So Tina and her staff were successful in obtaining a grant from the Cummings Foundation, notwithstanding the fact that typically they don't fund library-type projects, but they received 2 grants, $50,000 each in fiscal 22 and 23. And this, in combination with the existing funds, will be used for hiring a firm that will assist in proposing a redesign of the first floor of the library. It's, as Tina notes here, this any renovations or expansion of the library is not anytime soon. I think 2034 was the slated date in the facilities master plan. So this would, we actually have a request for qualifications out right now to hire a firm to assist with the redesign of the first floor. We have a memo from Susan Inman, Assistant Town Manager and HR Director, regarding an update on the Wildwood School oil spill. And she notes that the removal of all the contaminant and impacted soil is complete. The septic tank has been replaced. The piping to the septic tank was replaced. We do have currently still a temporary storage tank for fuel that's there. That is something that we're considering in terms of what to do going forward with that. Obviously, the building is not being used right now. The water line has been replaced and tested. And then the remaining work essentially is some ongoing groundwater monitoring and testing that will happen through November of 2022. And hopefully, if all goes well with DEP, that will be put to bed. We have a letter, just a letter of appreciation and thanks to Patrick Giroux, President of July 4th Committee, essentially congratulating him for a successful event. We have correspondence from Verizon Cable regarding some changes in services, which they periodically will send out, and this is going out to all customers, just noting those changes. Similarly, we have communication from Xfinity, again, just noting some program changes as they do pretty much monthly at this point. Again, these communications are going out to Xfinity customers. We have communication from attorney Eric Hockey, Clark Hill. This is to the Surface Transportation Board. You'll recall that we are still obligated to have ongoing quarterly updates with regard to the proposal that the New England Transrail had about a warehousing operation. So their attorney from Clark Hill provides an update. There has not been any real engagement of late with Wilmington Woburn Intermodal or the New England Transrail, but it does report that things are status quo, essentially pending some actions by the Environmental Protection Agency. Similar communication comes from Dan Deutsch, special counsel on this matter. Again, not a lot of activity on that front.
Okay, moving on to board to consider. At this time, the board to consider item would be to call a special town meeting for Saturday, November 19th at 9 a.m. at Wilmington High School at the Joanne M. Benton Auditorium located at 159 Church Street for the purpose of authorizing funds for...
This would be funds for the two building projects, the Senior Center building project as well as the Town Hall School Administration project.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion to that effect?
I'll make that motion.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Hearing none?
Again, this has
Yes.
nothing to do with what we talked about earlier in the meeting regarding the appropriation of free cash, right?
This is strictly to establish the meeting. The particular scope of the articles and the funding sources are separate discussions.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Next board to consider item is to formally open the warrant for the special town meeting for November 19th, 2022, and to consider a closing date for the warrant.
I'll make a motion that we open and close the warrant for special town meeting November 19th, 2022.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Hearing none? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. And then the next board to consider item is signing the warrant for the state primary election. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to sign.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Next board to consider item is the request of the Wilmington Rotary Ice Bucket Challenge on August 27th to start at 10 a.m. at Rotary Park. There's a letter or a memo from Thomas Donahue with reference to Mike Burns submitting that request on behalf of the Wilmington Rotary Club. Would anyone like to make a motion to grant the request?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Motion been made. Do I have a second? Second for discussion?
Second.
Okay, and then any issues or recommendations from the town?
The recommendation is for approval. There are no conflicts, and so the recommendation is approval.
Okay, so motion's been made and seconded. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in
Yeah,
favor?
Yes. Well, yeah, it's already been advertised, right, for the Ice Bucket Challenge. Is that what we're on right now?
Yes.
Okay. I'm in favor of it. I'm supportive of it. I'm in favor of the Rotary. This has nothing to do, but there is a big digital sign out that says Wilmington is under a water ban, and this is a water event. So maybe you might want to move that signage from that area, because people will say, well, why are they having a big, huge water event when there's a sign that says that they're not supposed to? So just to bring it up. I mean, we put parameters on car washes and things like that. It would be nice if this were maybe in September or something, this particular year, but seeing as it's already out there being advertised for this time frame, you know.
No, I think along with that too, respectfully stated, it really shouldn't be advertised until
No.
it's approved.
That's something
I didn't realize that. Yeah, so, but points have been made, definitely valid. So, all those in favor of granting the request? Unanimous. Thank you. The next is a board to consider item for the request from Samantha Kavanaugh, who is our Health and Recovery Coordinator, to host a vigil in remembrance on the Town Common on September 19th from 6:30 p.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. Any recommendations, Jeff?
This is recommended for approval. She notes this would be the seventh vigil in person. They're planning on hosting other events throughout September. So certainly this has become a long-standing event.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion to grant this request? Motion's been made by Selectman DePalmer. Who would make the second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. The next item is a board to consider the performance evaluation of the town manager. At the chair's request, I would like to see if someone will entertain a motion to table this until the meeting of September 12th.
So moved.
Motion's been made. Second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you. Public comments. Any public comments this evening? Hearing none. Okay. Any announcements? Anyone to my left or to my right? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just very briefly, I want to give a shout out and great thanks to Don and his wife at WCTV. He's wrapped up his career over there. Quite frankly, a lot of the broadcasts that folks have seen over the years wouldn't be possible without people like Don. So I want to wish him well, send him all the thanks in the world. And then I just want to make note, so it goes into the record, that November 19th, my wife and I will be traveling to a out-of-state wedding that we cannot, that we look forward to. So I just want to make note of that, because I know it's the special town meeting as well. So, thank you.
Certainly very important. Any other announcements? Thank you. To that point, regarding WCTV, I think it would be nice if we sent a letter to them expressing our gratitude for all their years of service and dedication to the community, but also to specifically this board, as highlighting and videoing and taping and managing, our meetings so that this information can get out to the public. So, then any new business? Okay, not hearing any, so that's fine. Moving on to important dates, please.
So important dates, we have the Farmers Market through October 2nd, Town Common, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. August 10th is brush drop-off Old Main Street, 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. August 10 is Town Hall, School Admin, Building Committee, Town Hall, Room 9, 6 p.m. August 11th is the Library Summer Bash, Swain Green, 5:30 p.m. August 13th is another brush drop-off Old Main Street, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. August 17th is the Senior Center Building Committee meeting, Town Hall, Room 9, 6 p.m. August 22nd is next Board of Selectmen's meeting, Town Hall, Room 9, although it may be the auditorium, remains to be seen. August 24th, Town Hall, School Admin Building Committee meeting, Town Hall, Room 9, 6 p.m. August 22nd, last day to register to vote in the state primary. Town Clerk's office is open 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. And then August 26th through the 29th, early voting, Town Hall, Auditorium, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. September 2nd, early voting, Town Hall, Auditorium, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. September 6th is the state primary election. Polls open at 7 a.m. and will close at 8 p.m. September 12th is another Board of Selectmen meeting, Town Hall, Room 9, 7 p.m.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to move over to salute to service. Selectman Bendel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to present tonight's salute to service on behalf of the Board of Selectmen to longtime resident James M. Capozzi. Mr. Capozzi, we appreciate his service to our country in the United States Army, where he earned the National Defense Service Medal, the Vietnam Service Medal, the Vietnam Campaign Medal, and the Purple Heart for his service to his country and his community. Tonight, we salute him and we thank him for his service. Thank you, Mr. Capozzi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
At this time, I entertain a motion to adjourn the meeting.
I will make that motion.
Motion's been made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you and good night.
Good night.